Masithandaze. Almighty God, where you've called us to govern this province, we ask your help to make decisions and laws that will be just and will promote the interests of the people. On machtige God, on speed, dat u gedrende ons vergadrings. Ons dien wat jy gewys het sal gee, en ons motiewe sewer sal hou. En dat u ons sal help om ons te komende te oorkom en al ons besluite aan u op te dra. Sikilela Nkosi ilizwe lethu nabantu balo. Misela Nkosi ukulunga kwiphondo lethu. Nkosi sikilela iAfrika. Gcina abantwana bayo. Khokhela Nkosi iinkokheli zayo. Yinike uxolo Nkosi iAfrika. All this we beg in your most holy name. Amen. You may all be seated. Order, honorable members, the Premier, the leaders of political parties, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. In terms of the virtual sittings, as this one is, we are reminded, all of us, that you may not activate your microphone without indicating to the presiding officer and having been granted the opportunity to do so. Also, equally important to indicate to the honorable members that you've got the chat room and also you've got the microphone at your disposal, and the presiding officer will recognize you should you intend to speak. To the guests, members of the media, you all know that you are part of us, you are the guests, therefore you are in the gallery. and you may not participate in the proceedings of the House. I also need to draw the attention of the honorable members to Rule 40 in this regard, that we have to ensure that we do not interrupt the proceedings. And therefore, if you are excited to clap hands, virtually you may not do so except for using the emojis that are there to enjoy the opportunity. But for the honored members who are here in the chamber, it's not something that is untoward. We have a full house here today. Welcome you all, honorable members, Premier, the leaders of political parties. Without further ado, I'm going to draw the attention of the honorable members that in terms of our order paper today, we have a long program, but it depends to the honorable members entirely how we carry that. I recognize the Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Notwithstanding the provisions of Rule 21, Speaker, precedence be given to the debate on the matter of public importance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chief Whip. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion? No objections. Motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Bosman, and you have 5 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon, Speaker, members, Premier.
Honorable Bosman, there is a point of order. Will you please take your seat? What's the point of order, Honorable the Chief Whip, the Deputy Chief Whip of the Opposition?
Honorable Speaker, my greetings to you and to the Premier, and I thank you for setting the tone. One does not want to be disruptive, but within the context of the decorum of the House, particularly if we see what happened last week, I'd like to rise that given what has happened during the week, particularly around, and we are saying innocence until proven guilty, but particularly around the public discourse coming from the political party of Honorable Speaker, as well as Honorable Speaker's response in the public terrain, that for us to maintain the decorum and order of this particular House, where we're not making any allegations against members, but we feel as the African National Congress that it's best that for this particular sitting, until the matter is resolved, the Speaker recuse himself from chairing this particular sitting. Honourable Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honourable the Deputy Chief Whip of the ANC. Unfortunately, that is not a point of order. The Speaker has not in any way been found guilty in any platform. And the Speaker remains the member of this Parliament, and the Speaker remains the executive authority of the institution in terms of statute. And I would see no reason for anyone to suggest otherwise. Let us proceed. I'm not going to entertain this matter any further, but let me hear the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition. The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I note your ruling on that matter, but I would like to ask whether it is your intention to, at some stage during this meeting, the session of the legislature, to hand over the chairpersonship to the Deputy Speaker, because as Honourable Syed has said, we would also have, and we do have, a serious problem with all the allegations around the Deputy Speaker. We're still, waiting for a code of conduct report, but we want to ask you if you will give us the assurance that the Deputy Speaker will not be asked to chair a session if you vacate that seat. That is the request.
Thank you, Honorable the Leader of the Opposition. I see the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Speaker, that is not a point of order. Can we proceed with the debate? Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. Similarly, I would like to indicate to the Honorable the Leader of the Opposition that the Speaker cannot make that determination. It is for this House to make that determination, and the Deputy Speaker is the Deputy Speaker until it has been decided otherwise by this House. And she enjoys the full rights of being the member of this House like any other member in this House. May I then request that we proceed with the debate and follow the order of the day as presented before us. May I recognize the Honorable Bossman.
Good afternoon, Speaker, Honourable Premier, members, and most importantly, the people of the Western Cape. Today we rise to debate one of the most pressing issues facing our province. It's the impact of increasing fuel prices and the rate of inflation on the Western Cape economy. We also rise to debate poverty and hunger. But Speaker, it is a fact that we cannot only discuss these issues if we do not discuss the impact of the ANC-led national government's failure to provide economic direction to our country. The role of government is to create an enabling environment for the people of the country to thrive, something the Western Cape government has worked hard on. But Speaker, this work requires a multi-pronged approach. It requires a central government that is open to implementing the types of economic policies that protects the people against hunger instead of causing hunger. The current fuel price is at around 24 Rand per litre for petrol and over 22 Rand for diesel. These unprecedented prices and the cost of living crisis, it's putting millions of our citizens at risk. This is not just a crisis of transportation or even energy, as if we need another one of those, but it's a crisis that affects every single person, business, and even the government of this country. As the fuel price filters through the entire economy, our companies face ever-increasing costs for their inputs. And this not only serves to make them less competitive and less profitable, but ultimately it constrains their ability to grow and to provide more jobs and dignity for our people. Speaker, we are a country facing a 45% unemployment rate nationally. Does that sound like a country that should be overtaxing fuel to the extent that a third of the fuel price goes to the national government? Does it sound like a country where government can afford to exacerbate the effects of international instability through uninformed policy? In the Western Cape, we're finding innovative ways around the problems caused by ANC mismanagement, with specialized entities like Wesgro aimed at specifically attracting investment and growing the economy of this province. The Western Cape government is addressing some of the biggest issues in our country, one of which is jobs. Wesgro has facilitated almost 6 billion of committed investment and over 4,000 jobs from investors in the last financial year. This is an already difficult economic climate, and it's about to become more untenable once the cost of living crisis leads to the inevitable higher interest rates, putting another huge obstacles in the way of real job creating investment. The Western Cape Department of Economic Opportunities and Tourism is also committed to supporting our entrepreneurs through the SMME Booster Fund, a fund that provides support to our smaller businesses so that they can grow and contribute even more value to our society. This fund is currently open for applications and has 16 million Rand available to support our small, medium-term enterprises, specifically those township businesses. These businesses are the lifeblood of our economy, and the lack of support from our national government is shameful, absolutely shameful. It should not be lost on anyone that this is 16 million that could have accomplished a lot more if it was not for the ANC's policy of plunging us into an environment of constant price increases. In this province, we believe that a pathway to a job is through skills and development. The Department of Economic Development and Tourism has a dedicated skills development and innovation program that facilitates the delivery of skills needed for our economy. Honourable Speaker.
There's an echo on the line. Will you just mute yourself and unmute again?
Is it better now?
Much better, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. As I said, this government has a dedicated skills program that looks at the delivery of skills needed for the Western Cape economy. This is achieved through collaboration with the different levels of government and the private sector. The more than 96 million rand that has been allocated to this program for the next financial year again shows that the Western Cape is serious about putting our people to work. It is only through actively driving systemic change, as this department is doing, that we're going to fix the broken South African economy. The national government has made the wrong decision at every turn. They bring us to the precipice of this crisis, and it could see more and more South Africans suffering. We haven't seen such suffering since the years of apartheid. We've experienced suffering through COVID, and we are again condemned to ANC-led suffering. It does not take a genius to see what the ANC has done and what they are continuing to do. It is not working. It's time to try something different. It is time for new leadership. And if we are going to provide a space for our economy to grow, we need to get rid of the ANC that has brought us to the brink of this widespread suffering. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now recognize the Honorable Member Baku Force.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, the continued undermining of the office of the Speaker is shown by how his special debate on Africa Day was thrown away in favor of the 8 debates is noted with concern. We call upon you, Speaker, to protect the legitimacy and decorum of your office from the DA factionalism, bullying and infighting. You must never allow your office again to be undermined and rendered useless by those who want you out of that position. Nonetheless, we welcome this debate. It is an important debate to provide solutions to the pressing challenges of rising cost of living that the masses of our people are suffering from. This debate comes at a time when official unemployment rate in the province is at a deeply shocking 25.2% and the expanded definition at 29%. Alongside rising unemployment, the people are also battling rising costs of living and poverty. In a written reply to a question by Honorable Meren, MEC Mayor stated that the country's average food prices recorded at 6.6% increase in March 2022, higher than 6% in March 2021. They attributed to the country weaker trading exchange rate, agriculture input cost, global food supply disruption and domestic lockdown restrictions. The price of oils and fats, bread and cereals, dairy and eggs, meat, fish and sugar have all increased. We all know that an increase in food prices reduces the buying power of the average household, static incomes, and limits economic access to the basic food items. And it threatens their household level food security and their healthy eating. The September 2021 report of the Children's Commissioner showed an increase in food insecurity, with around 620,000 households reporting that a child had experienced hunger almost every day or every day the week before they were interviewed. In the face of these challenges, we should be discussing integrated approaches between all spheres of government and other stakeholders in business and net-led on the much-needed government-led intervention to caution the poor for the impact of rising cost of living, especially food prices, electricity, water tariffs. Speaker, in the midst of rising food and fuel prices and high electricity costs, the City of Cape Town passed its budget on Tuesday, adding more rates and tariff hikes for water, sanitation, and refuse tariffs. It's no longer affordable to live in Cape Town anymore. The rates and tariff hikes in the City of Cape Town are a sign of government that is not sync with reality on the ground. Before the Premier made noise about the need of slash fuel hikes, he should first demand the DA in the city to slash tariff hikes. Your anti-poor government is out of touch with people's lived experience. The people are in need of food, houses, and basic service like water and sanitation. DA administration in municipalities like the City of Cape Town have more budget for roads than for houses.
First, will you please take your seat? I will mute. I'm going to pause the time. May I request the Honorable, the Chief Whip of the Opposition to rise? The Chief Whip.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure I've made an error. My intention was not to raise a question, a hand.
I thought you had a point of order against Honorable Bagu Force.
Never, never.
Thank you. Exactly. Here in the House, the Premier says never say never. So we've observed that. May I please request the Honorable Bagu Force to proceed?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The people are in need of food, houses, and basic service like water and sanitation. DA administration municipalities like City of Cape Town have more budget for the roads than for housing. They are preoccupied with fuel prices, the regulation that investing towards social relief program to assist the people. We demand to know what progress has been made in the provincial
Honorable Bagu Force, will you please take your seat? There is a hand, the Honorable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, yes, on a point of order, my understanding about interjections is that they are not allowed. Now, I don't know if I know the Premier wanted you to resign, but I would like you to be bold and simply rule him out of order, because he's not supposed to make. And while I'm speaking, there's running commentary from MEC Bradell, who, by the way, Speaker, allowed his councillors to leave a council in Oudtshoorn the other day. So my point of order is, can you please, you use this opportunity to discipline the Premier now.
Order, Honorable Leader of the Opposition. May I make another point on this? Honorable the Leader of the Opposition, the rest is not a point of order, but the one point of order is about the Rule 40 and the directives which I issued in 2020. I'll deal with that shortly. Honorable the Premier.
Speaker, if I may address you, I am thankful to the Leader of the Opposition for showing the mistake that I made in interjections. And I apologize that I raised some ANC-run municipalities to try and get the Speaker to talk about those municipalities, but withdraw. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Thank you, Honorable Premier. You've made it easier for the Speaker. But I want to indicate to the Honorable, the Leader of the Opposition, and to the Honorable members here. You may all recall in our State of the Province address in Veldrift, in Bergrivier municipality, that was in 2022, earlier on this year. I made a ruling that for the members who are in the chamber, because we have hybrid sessions, the members who are in the chamber, irrespective of the location, it is permissible for the members to have the interjections or clap hands for as long as they do it within the rules, because we've got standing rules that guide that. But what becomes difficult is when members do it virtually, because then that is not permissible in line with the directives issued by me on the 17th of April 2020. So that still stands. So as much as the Premier apologized and withdrawn, there was no basis for him to feel aggrieved by that and even apologize for that, because I've made that directive in that sitting. The other points, I will not consider them as a point of order. That's not a point of order. That's not the point of order. Let us please proceed. You know, honorable members, order. Order, honorable members. What you have done now is to unfortunately disarm Honorable Bagubagu Force. She was very much heated on her debate there, and you've now killed that spirit. Please let us not do that. I would like you to proceed, Honorable Bagubagu Force. You have 3.5 more minutes left.
Demand to know what progress has been made in the provincial government on Home One Garden campaign, which has established over 1,300 food gardens in 2020. We reiterate our calls for a shift away from food relief to food security through establishment for community and household gardens in the province. Support for school gardens would also go a long way in supporting food security in communities. Secondly, we demand progress regarding the agri-worker electrification project, which was piloted in 2016 already. Yet poor farm workers are still overcharged for electricity by greedy farmers. What is the provincial government doing about it? When will the Premier and the DA start a campaign to slash the expensive electricity prices for the poorest farm workers? Speaker, let us talk briefly about the DA campaign for fuel price deregulation. Firstly, it is not the first time global economy experienced full fuel prices increase, mostly due to supply shocks leading to economic crisis. Following the October 1973 Yom Kippur War of the Arab-Israel War, the world experienced an oil crisis leading to stagnant economic growth and inflation. The 1979 Iranian Revolution led to the economic crisis as it disrupted oil supply in the Middle East, which led to rapid fuel prices. When the Russia-Ukraine conflict started, the DA should have known that its reckless course, which went against the national government position on the matter, will lead to price shocks and rise in fuel. There is a general consensus among scholars that rapidly rising general fuel and petrol prices constitute shocks on economics, leading to cost-push inflation, particularly in oil-importing development countries. However, studies have proved that rising petrol prices has a significant impact on inflation and economic in the long run, but not in the short run. To jump on a bandwagon and demand fuel prices deregulation is a short-sighted and misguided approach. Busani Ngaweni, the principal of the National School of Government, recently argued that in the UK there is no RAF-like fuel levy. That is because no car ever enters a road without insurance. While in South Africa, majority of cars are not insured, both old and new. So scrapping in RAF levy will be devastating for uninsured roads users. In the continuing debate for fuel price deregulation, let us also look at the ask by Ngawen on what will be cost of scrapping the fuel levies. What will be
You must wrap up, Honorable Bagubagu Force. Your time is up.
Will it cheaper for car owners to mandatory insure their cars or make it compulsory to pay RAF level car?
You have exhausted your time.
Somlomo, amaxabiso epetrol anyukile kakhulu futhi kunyanzelekile ukuba urhulumente angenelele njengoko
ebesenzile. Thank you, Honorable Bagubagu Force. Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Kama, I see you had your hand up.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. It was earlier on, and I think it's what would have led to the member not being able to say some of the sentences, because correctly, as you were saying, that we can interject, but that must not lead to interrupting the member. And I could hear the member even saying that the MEC is making noise. It means that she was even interrupted as she was delivering the speech. So it's just to ask the speaker to really pay attention to that.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Kama. I will definitely be much more circumspect to that. Apologies, Honorable Magubagu. First, let us proceed, Honorable members. The next speaker is Honorable Kayako. Ngonde.
Thanks, Somlom. The constant increase in fuel, electricity, and food prices will have a long-lasting negative impact on the province and South Africa at large. The great impact will be felt by those who remain unemployed and cannot provide for themselves and their families, as well as those who earn a minimum wage with little or no salary increase. This is sad because majority of households in South Africa are unable to feed their families as things stand. Here in Western Cape, we have a government that has always bragged about having the least unemployment rate in the country, but the majority of people employed here receive stipends and salaries which are way below the minimum wage. This DA-led government should not concern itself too much with the so-called majority jobs with salaries that do not improve the people's lives. This government should look at the majority of the people.
Honorable Kayako, will you please take your seat? Pause the timer. Honorable, the leader of the opposition.
Thank you once again, Somlomo. Somlomo, I would like to ask through you whether the Honorable Ego is prepared to answer a question about the fact that he's critical of the DA government here, but he's working with the DA.
Order, Honorable Dagmo. Order, Honorable members. Ordinarily, order, Honorable members. I would like to indicate to the Honorable, the leader of the opposition, that you know the standing rules, sir. If you would like to ask a question, you ask whether the member is prepared to ask the question. But then you don't bring that to, because that then enters into a debate on the member and you are not part of the debate at this point in time. Later on, yes. May I please request the Honorable Member Kego to proceed.
Thanks, Somlom. Now, Honorable Dagmo must go and break the relationship and the marriage in Canaland first, and then can come back and teach us about who's supposed to do what. He has got a DA-led marriage there in Canaland. Most of salaries of the people earning stipends and minimum wages are solely spent on transport alone, meaning that these people cannot provide for themselves or afford the necessities of life. Now, the countless number of the fuel increases.
Order, Honorable Clego, there is another hand in the house. Please take your seat, Honorable Chief Whip of the DA.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I just want to ask of you to instill the discipline of the decorum. We can't hear what he is saying.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. The Honorable Chief Whip was raising the issue of the noise. May I request the honorable members in the chamber to please respect the decorum of the House and be circumspect of the conversations in order to allow for the debate to go unhindered. I've taken note of that, Chief Whip. May I request the honorable member to proceed? Honorable Clerk.
Thanks, Somlong. Now, the countless number of fuel increases will mean that public transport costs will go up, food prices will skyrocket, and to add load shedding, this will mean that poor people will not even be able to afford the cost of paraffin in order to cook and keep their households warm. If we had a working government in Western Cape, then the whole issue of spatial planning would have been addressed, resulting in the residing in social housing near where the workers are working and saving the transport cost. But unfortunately, we do not have such a government that cares about the people. And therefore, we call upon the DA-led government to consider, among other things, issues of social cohesion, and as well as challenges that directly impact on the changes of the lives of our people, which among them, the issue of land and spatial planning in order to curb all the challenges that are facing our people, in particular the workers who will directly be impacted by this transport debacle as a result of fuel. And then coming to the Honorable Dagmo, I think I still have got a response now to him that indeed the EFF will have any opportunity to critique the DA-led government. And we are not the allies of the Democratic Alliance. And we are not in government, unlike the ANC, any government.
Thank God, your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Honorable members, I now recognize the Honorable Minister of Social Development. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, am I audible?
Yes, you are, Honorable Minister. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Premier, Honorable members, guests and media in the gallery and on the virtual platform, citizens in the province. Whilst we are debating the increasing fuel prices, the rate of inflation, and Eskom's inability to keep the lights on, people are starving in this province and in South Africa. The situation is dire. Many do not know where their next meal is coming from. As I travel across the province, I listen to the stories of poverty and pain. Citizens who are unemployed and reliant on the state for grants are battling. The cost of staples such as bread, milk, and LPG have increased drastically, a harsh reality that many South Africans are facing. I wish to remind this House that in May 2017, the price for a litre of unleaded petrol was slightly over 13 Rand. Today, 1 litre of unleaded petrol will cost you 23 Rand 94 cents. It seems absurd to think that we have witnessed such a huge increase in fuel cost in just over 5 years. A recent Daily Maverick article provides some scary insights to the fuel debacle. Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic resulted in a drastic rise in unemployment, which has increased the number of individuals who are dependent on the state. It does not take a rocket scientist to know that the poor devote a larger percentage of their spending on food and other much needed necessities, making them vulnerable to fuel price shocks, especially transport shocks and costs. Just last week, I listened to learners who explained to me that they walk 2 hours to get to school because their parents are unemployed and there is no money. The only meal they eat is at school. And in rural areas, the situation is even worse. Mr. Speaker, the social sector is under huge strain. The need for assistance services and social relief of distress has increased dramatically. Our social workers are at the forefront of this pressure, with their caseloads spiraling out of control as they strive to meet the ever-increasing demands placed upon them. However, it is also obvious that as a government, we have had to absorb huge budget cuts, so we cannot fix the problem right away. And these cuts are due to fraud, corruption, and mismanagement by the ANC national government. If the national government does not revisit its obsession with using fuel hikes to raise revenue, we can expect the following things to happen in our sector. I shall mention just a few. The higher costs of living associated with transport, food prices, electricity tariff hikes, and all other things will mean that SASSA grants will not go as far for older persons, child support, and foster care needs, whilst middle and working class families will struggle even more to make ends meet, and some, sadly, will be pushed into the social welfare net. The psychological stress caused by increasing living costs tend to result in more mental health challenges, alcohol and substance abuse, as well as gender-based violence and family dysfunction. The NGO sector, Mr. Speaker, is battling due to donor fatigue. They will also suffer as fuel prices will drive up the operational costs. One of the examples is using their vehicles in rural areas to service clients. The sector has reduced funding, DSD has reduced funding, and sadly the dysfunction at the Lotto could push more NGOs into closure. For DSD and other government departments, increased fuel costs and inflation are going to put a strain on our goods and services budget, which means we will struggle to pay GG costs for social workers and all staff as they travel to and fro to meet the needs of our citizens. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, some of our facilities are reliant on diesel generators due to power supply issues. This is going to become unaffordable and could result in power outages at our facilities. But all is not lost. The Western Cape government has a recovery plan, and despite the gloom and doom, we will forge ahead. But I do need to caution, Mr. Speaker, we cannot afford the fuel price increase. Our economy is in tatters, and we are staring a humanitarian crisis in the face. The national government needs to review its policy position, and it's time for them to urgently cut the exorbitant taxes on fuel. The time is now. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now recognize the Honorable Member August.
Honorable Speaker, the latest increase in the fuel price has citizens of this province and in the rest of the country on the edge of their seats literally. This cannot continue. South Africans are holding on by their fingernails to survive and ride out these waves of economic hardships that are hitting households daily. The cost of living and the looming increases in the price of basic goods that follow fuel hikes is simply unreachable by the majority of our citizens. People in this province are trying to survive swells of hardship already. Gangsterism, kidnappings, and human trafficking, murders and gun wars. And in the midst of all this, they find themselves in an economy that is not producing jobs or alleviating poverty, which could drastically decrease crime. This is the reality that many are subjected to. The increase of fuel pricing adds further pressure on the people of the Western Cape, who already carry an extremely heavy load. The steep rise in fuel will further shrink pockets, widening the net of poverty, hunger, and increasing crime. National government can safeguard citizens against the dire state of economic aggression, as any proactive state would, but instead it prefers to continuously waste money on non-performing outcomes. Speaker, the Western Cape government and this House also has a responsibility in shielding people of this province against economic destitution. We need to turn our focus towards establishing pockets of economic activity based on the needs of communities. We need to promote and develop community-based kits for small-scale farming, drive cross-sector upskilling, create an enabling environment for entrepreneurship, and recognize the informal economy as an integral driver of economic activity to prioritize their needs. National government should take several steps back, as this misdirection is costing our people dearly, and the provincial government should understand that their hands are not tied and should not lay blame. Slowly at the feet of the ANC, but accept that they too are not doing much with the job.
Time is up. Thank you, Honorable August. Honorable members, I now recognize the Honorable Member America.
Thank you, Speaker, and good afternoon, Premier and members of the STEAM House. Honourable Speaker, there is little doubt that the recent fuel price increases have had a significant impact on the cost of living, particularly in relation to transportation. The COVID pandemic highlighted and exacerbated the national government's serious fiscal challenges. Many individuals have lost their jobs at hand and continue to have a difficult time dealing with the pandemic's aftermath. The recent rise in interest rates and now the consecutive fuel price increases surely will have devastating consequences for the middle class, working class, and unemployed South Africans. Speaker, these fuel hikes will take money out of the pockets of already stressed commuters. I would like to quote an RSG listener, an open quote. Hierdie petrolverhoging is nie 'n grap nie. Ek woon 10 kilometer van my werk. Ek gaan moet loop, want ek kan nie ophou werk nie. Dis donker in die nag. So, close quote. So is daar duisende inwoners, speaker, van Suid-Afrika wat met hierdie realiteit gekonfronteer word. It does not stop there. Increased fuel prices also mean a potential increase in transportation costs for public transport passengers who are already trying to make ends meet under extreme difficult circumstances. Thanks to the mismanagement by the national ANC government of PRASA and Metro Rail, commuters have been robbed of fast and cheap rail transportation as an alternative. Trains are the backbone of any well-functioning public transport system and economy. It provides fast and cheap transportation to the majority of our workforce. I therefore cannot stress enough that our rail system has to be fixed and that the central line is restored by no later than the end of this year. For many poor South Africans, this fuel hike could potentially limit their mobility as they will more than likely only be able to afford to transport to work and from. And the unemployed will in all likelihood be in a worse position to look for work. Therefore, I welcome Golden Arrow's commitment not to increase their fares in recognition of the hardship of our communities that our communities already face. Speaker, high fuel prices will have an inevitable impact on the transportation of goods. The Rail Freight Association warned early in May that the fuel increases have a knock-on effect on consumer goods. This is because an increase in diesel prices has a direct impact on the transportation prices of goods. We will now pay even more for food and other necessities. While the ANC fails to provide reliable, affordable public transport to communities, the DA-run Western Cape is diversifying public transport options in the province. On the 19th of February this year, Cape Town's My City N2 Express resumed services with more than 11,500 passengers using the bus service within the first 10 days. This highlights the fact that the DA governments are responsive to the needs of their residents, a commitment Lewis made before the elections. Meanwhile, the Go George bus service in George municipality continued to expand its services to serve more residents. Following continued high demand for a dependable, convenient, safe and affordable public transport system in the city, George municipality has been collaborating with the Western Cape government to expand the Go George services to the community of Thembalethu. This will result in residents being able to have greater access to job and economic opportunities. This service will be up and running by October this year. Clearly, DA governments are finding new and affordable ways to ensure the communities keep moving. Lastly, Speaker, in order to address the rising cost of fuel in South Africa, we call that the 33% fuel levy be scrapped, the fuel price be deregulated, the bankrupt road accident fund must be reformed as it currently benefits from the bulk of the fuel levy. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable America. Honorable members, I recognize the Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, the ACDP welcomes this debate in the House today, namely the impact of the increasing fuel prices and the rate of inflation on the Western Cape economy, poverty and hunger. Speaker, listen to this. When the ANC was not in government in 1993, the ANC's reaction to a 1993 fuel hike, the ill-considered and uncaring decision to increase the petrol price only confirms the NP government does not have the interest of the majority of South Africans who are poor and struggling desperately to make ends meet. At heart, if the government persists in pressing ahead with these indefensible price hikes, they will be inviting similar reaction to when the VAT was increased. Now is the time for them to establish the tradition of a government that cares and consults with its citizens. That was on the 16th of September 1993 as the ANC demands suspension of the petrol price increase. No wonder Trevor Manuel, the former finance minister, said, he former NEC member of the ANC, said in an interview, Manuel says, his Damascus moment was when former ANC Secretary General Gwenny Matasi called him a free agent after he said former President Jacob Zuma should pay back the money used for his Nkandla homestead upgrades. Manuel further says, I'm no longer ANC member. The party is never the same after Polokwane 2007. So that says a lot. The shock announcement of the fuel price increase and the reluctant expectation of everything else that can increase will increase, and it will painfully be a reality. People on the ground will feel these hikes. Speaker, let me just say in March, the average cost of household food basket was 4,450, and it's now 4,500. The increase was 92 Rand increase on the food price. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. Honorable members, I now recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness, Honorable Mbombo.
Thank you, Somlomo. Thank you for the debate. The Honorable Premier and members of the House, the impact of increasing petrol price and the rate of inflation on the Western Cape economy, poverty and hunger. It just comes just as I was conducting oversight in Central Karoo District yesterday and Matsikama, the sub-district in the past days. In Central Karoo, Speaker, the clinic committees and hospital boards as community members were saying to me, Minister, as much as we love what we do in volunteering to represent the committees and be the voices of the patients from the cradle to the grave, including those patients who are in mortuaries. And we have been doing this for decades, but things are different now. So it's no longer about the health services. It's about the wound. It's no longer about the wounds that need to be addressed. It's not about the infrastructure that needs to be fixed. Now it's about the patients telling the statutory bodies that, I quote, I went to bed hungry. I'm used to forsaking my supper for my kids, but there's nothing to forsake anymore. People are hungry, Minister. We are also hungry. We are helpless too, and there's nothing we can be able to do. This is to confirm that we now see as more of socioeconomic, political ill, Speaker, poverty and inequalities that are actually perpetrated outside the health system, but we have to absorb as a health system. In Beaufort, Speaker, students at TVET College, when I was there, were sharing how they succumbing to transactional and unprotected sex, peer pressure, and experimenting with drugs and alcohol as they are faced with the unemployment, hunger, lack of accommodation that they have to fund themselves. These are not only confined to Central Karoo, but quite common all over South Africa among the youth in impoverished communities where there's an elevated level of unemployment. When we read health statistics, members note contributory factors to teenage pregnancy, HIV/AIDS, illegal abortions, mental health, and everything. We mustn't be shocked. There is a correlation between economic growth and health. When economic goes up, so are the health status and other human development index, such as education, employment,
life expectancy and gender. Yes, the national government has spent a lot on social grants. Actually, in 2021, you'll have seen that there was about 25 million grants that were paid compared to 13 million who are people who are employed. Noting that, Speaker, that the social grants don't necessarily guarantee better health services, as there's still more people who now have to rely on public health services. And then with the 13 million now, there are fewer, which is now the taxpayers who are supposed to be contributing to the building of hospital salaries for health professionals. Nutrition-related diseases are likely to increase. For example, in Tygerberg Hospital, we have seen a number of children in the outpatient dietetic section due to poor nutrition. This is very much likely to increase. Speaker, let's be clear, it's not as a result of COVID, but COVID worsened the situation. If I could demonstrate, for example, our real South African GDP growth for 2022 was below 7%, 2%, about 1.7 to be exact. And this is actually since 2014, it has always been below 2%. The government expenditure on health during the same period, it remains at 12% throughout, whilst the servicing of their department, of their debt has been climbing. So as the population increases, as more people are getting poorer, as more people require health services, including those now who lost their businesses and livelihoods due to COVID, but the proportion of government expenditure on health remained. As a country, we are able to absorb as many medical interns and appoint other health professionals as nurses, pharmacists, psychologists, etc., after they completed their community service. The demand is there, the supply is there, but there are no resources because there's no political will. Speaker, I must say that despite that our total healthcare system is in ICU generally for the whole of the country, but as Western Cape government, we don't just resort to being crybabies to the national government. We dial whatever we must just to showcase, Speaker, on poverty alleviation. On the same period since 2015, we have contributed almost, if you look in terms of the 2015 and 2021 figures, coming from the 29 million that we were spending in 2015 in terms of the food for the patients. Now we are spending almost 53 million. For the supplementary food for the baby formulas, in that period, we were spending almost 85 million, but now we're spending 249 million. Even if I could add, even for the supplementary feeding for those patients who are chronic medication, we'll find that it has been growing throughout. And also, in addition, for the people to the doctor, if you see our figures, the average South African in terms of the population to a doctor will get about 1,253. In the Western Cape, it's about 570. And if you look in terms of the Gauteng, it's about 811. And then the West scenarios, the Limpopo, KZN, and the Eastern Cape. The point that I'm trying to make, Speaker, even in the rural areas, it becomes difficult to attract health professionals. How much more is going to be now that with the increase on the e-fuel? Because it's difficult for them to go to these areas. In Merville, it has been quite a long time we don't have a clinical nurse practitioner. As a result, people are unable to afford the fuel and also for the accommodation because there are no people who are staying there. Now, how much more, how it's going to be? In conclusion, Speaker, I always say there are no binaries between health and economy. When people have the means, they can be able to buy food, and also they have more option to choose to buy nutritious meals. When they are unemployed and they have no other means, those people are compelled to buy the only food that could be eaten by the whole family, from a baby to the oldest person.
Minister.
So we mustn't only look at the malnutrition, malnutrition, but also in terms of the food that is being bought, that result to obesity. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Brenkes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the rising fuel prices is a major wake-up call for all of us. We have 3 to 4 grueling months of winter ahead of us. And we know of the increase in food prices that is looming, let alone the increase in water and electricity prices. Above all of this, the Western Cape is the most unequal province in the world. We are facing unprecedented times here in the Western Cape. The only way out for us is that the governing party in the Western Cape will stop blaming national government for the inequality here in the Western Cape and start to serve all the communities of the Western Cape. The DA have the perfect opportunity to win the hearts of the Western Cape community, but you are letting it slip through your fingers. You are following the same trend which previous failed governments have taken. I will be surprised if you still govern in the coming years. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Brenkes. Honorable members, I now recognize the Honorable Murray, FF+.
Thank you, Speaker. Honourable members, with unemployment at 40% and youth unemployment at 70%, it's most disturbing that consumer prices are still skyrocketing unabated, even before new prices came into effect. 7.9 million people were jobless. The increase in fuel prices will have knock-on effects on essential foods, transport, and ultimately lead to stagflation. This much is obvious. But this debate, however, should be conducted in the National Assembly, as we have absolutely no influence nor control over fuel prices. What are we doing here? We're just making people more depressed. At best, the debate today is an exercise in futility and showing merely our concerns, but offering no solutions. The rand's poor exchange rate to the dollar and geopolitical events in Ukraine has made fuel prices inevitable, giving the existing add-ons on fuel prices. However, there's a light in the tunnel. Westgrow reported an impressive recovery in tourism. We should rather debate what we can do to soften the blows on consumers than pointing fingers at things we have no control over. Let's do what is possible for the Western Cape. Leave point scoring to central government. Let's give people hope or shut up, because the people are fed up. They know what's happening. They feel the effect of price increases, and all we do here is complain without offering any solutions. Hotels occupancy increased from 37.9% to 70.52%, 52 in April this year. We had 448,000 visitors in April. It's a 67% year-on-year growth rate. There is hope. Yes, the petrol prices have gone up, but there's hope. Let's give people hope and stop moaning.
Baie dankie, Akbar Murray. Honorable members, I now recognize the Honorable van der Westhuizen. Akbar.
Honorable Speaker, the cost of living keeps rising, and the national government would like us to believe that they are powerless to stop this. They point to the high price of oil and the war in Ukraine as justification for these costs, conveniently glossing over the fact that a third of what is paid for each litre of fuel goes into their pockets. But, Honourable Speaker, the price of oil is not the highest that it has ever been. That was in 2008, when the price of oil reached $140 per barrel. Yet, at that time, we in South Africa paid around half of what we currently do for fuel. So what has changed? Why is our cost of living so much higher now than it was then? Honourable Speaker, it is very simple. In the last 10 years, ANC corruption has permeated every level of the state government, and the rand has plummeted as a result. By almost every imaginable metric, our currency has crashed in value. While all currencies face inflation, the simple fact is that the rand has had it worse than most. This is primarily a result of the ANC's utter destruction of investor confidence in our currency, and the implementation of fiscal policies that everyone but them can see is ludicrous. So make no mistake, the rising cost of living has not been caused by war or other world circumstances, but by those in charge of this country. But those in national government will not suffer. Instead, as always, the burden will be placed on the end consumer, the average South African who is forced to pay the bill for government's failure. The weakening of our currency is perhaps most keenly felt by our agricultural sector, where the rising costs of imported goods, such as seeds and fertilizer, combined with fast escalating costs for security, electricity, etc., force our farmers into dire financial straits as they attempt to provide food for the nation. It also stops them from expanding and employing more people. Not only will the unprecedented fuel prices mean that what food they do manage to process will cost more to sell, the cost to get their products to the market will also, as always, have to be passed on to the consumer. High food prices will place a strain on already overextended budgets. Transport costs will force people to pay even more to get to work. Studies on household costs have shown that the poor spend proportionally more on transport. And this is particularly the case in South Africa, where the poor have been displaced and forced to live far from our urban centres. That is why the collapse of commuter rail is just such a travesty. That, Honourable Speaker, assumes that people have got jobs to go to. Without exports, there can be no growth, and without growth, there can be no creation of new jobs. The recently released quarterly labour force survey, which some members referred to, shows us that some programs have some progress has been made in overcoming unemployment, but we are at risk of eradicating this gain if we continue on this path. The report shows us that it is the young who are hardest hit by our stagnant economy. If we do not create employment for them, we stand to lose an entire generation of workers to the social ills that come with unemployment. This cannot happen. The rural poor will suffer even more. So today, as we discuss the impact of living costs, I urge those opposite me to implore their colleagues at the national level to do everything they can to resolve the situation. The DA has proposed real, workable solutions to reduce the fuel price. Implement them. This country has numerous qualified experts who will be able to introduce a fiscal policy that makes this country attractive to investors, thus driving the growth we need to create jobs. Employ them. Borrow from their ideas. Our people need jobs, so get this country moving, attract investors, and create jobs. This country and its people have incredible potential, but we as leaders must create that environment in which all South Africans can thrive. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable van der Westhuizen. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. We welcome this debate today, but we really need to be honest. We must be honest in identifying those items that increase the cost of living in this province in particular. The ANC understands that the increasing fuel prices and the subsequent rate of inflation does impact not only on the economy of this province, but in particular on those excluded from the economy of this province, the poor and the marginalized. But I want to remind this House Speaker that when the ANC governed this province, the unemployment rate was 17%. It is under this DA government that the unemployment has skyrocketed and broad-based economic empowerment for Black people, colored, African and Indian, has dropped. You know, Member Bosman comes here and talks about 6 billion rand of investment secured by Westgrow, and he says that that created 4,000 jobs. I actually don't believe him. That is 1.5 million rand a job. I challenge Member Bosman to come to this House with those 4,000 names. Where are they employed? Who are they? And where do they work? I challenge him to come here next week with that information. It's also clear that through the ANC, the Presidential Youth Employment Fund, thousands and thousands of young people are being employed as school assistants, but yet Honorable Plato's walking bus, which employed 2,300 people in the city, has been closed down.
This province has had the safety ambassadors main.
The opposition.
Sorry?
Will you please take your seat, sir? There's a point of order. Your time is now paused in respect of the point of order, Honorable Bosman.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. On a point of order, I think the Honourable Member is misleading the House. I never said 6 billion rand gets you 4,000 jobs.
Order, Honourable Bosman, that's not how we do this. If the Honourable Member has misrepresented you, there are processes to follow in terms of the standing rules. Let us do that, and I implore you to follow that process, Honourable Bosman. If you could please take your seat. Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Is this the same Honourable Bosman who's been appointed as a chair of a committee of this House? Is it that person? That he's a chair? Aye, my daughter. Yo, the DA is scratching for talent now, it's clear. So they cancelled and people are suffering because this was an election foofy. Those jobs were cancelled. That is the DA for you, opportunistically using mainly coloured people on the Cape Flats who are vulnerable to get votes. En ek wil vir ons mense sê, kom ons sien vir die DA vir wat hulle is. Hulle is rassisties, hulle gebruik dit ons mense vir stemme en die waarheid kom nou uit, jy kan dit sien. Then we have NGOs which are supposed to play a role. But it's clear that only if you're a blue-coloured NGO, as jy blou en kleur is, dan kry jy geld van Agbare Fernandez. You don't get money for an NGO if you are from an NGO that's doing good work. Is that not so, Honourable Baku? If you're not blue, then they don't even want to look at you. You don't even have to be green and gold. You just have to be doing the work, but they come down on you. And poverty has got no colour. Coloured people are poor, black African people are poor, and white people are also poor. Maar die DA gebruik vir ons mense, maar hulle gaan sien in 24. Hulle gaan sien. Yet if we look, you see, when you look at the solution now, the DA proposes in regard to the fuel price, they want to deregulate the fuel price. But if we look, Honourable Speaker, at international examples, it is terrifying to see what the example of deregulation of the fuel price actually does. For cities in unregulated markets like Paris and London, do you know, Speaker and members, that these prices have skyrocketed, that's of 95 octane, unleaded. In Paris, at over 33 rand per litre. In London, at 33 rand 66 per litre. Even in Denmark, where the DA recently received funding, as declared to the IEC, the fuel price is over 40 rand. That's because of deregulation, which the DA wants. That's what their solution is, deregulation, so that their friends can make more money. Had the cost of petrol in our country not been regulated, national government would not have been able to intervene as they have at the end of March and in the last few days. And that's why our government has intervened with the relief for the fuel levy of R1.50 to mitigate the current petrol problems we are facing, which could have resulted in increasing the unleaded petrol price to just above 25 rand a litre. So like London and Paris, Cape Town is not an oil-producing country. We know that. And therefore, compared to these two cities, we actually seem to be doing better because of a national government fuel levy and the regulation of the price. But let's look at the DA's other proposal on the cost of living. Dit is 'n skande dat terwyl die minimumloon is nou 4,633.46 sent vir plaaswerkers. Die DA stel voor, hulle beleid in hulle boeke is R1,900 in 'n maand. 1,900. Ja, jongole DA baie van hulle betaal 1,900k. Die ANC glo mense sê ek die minimum wage is about 4,633. Who is serious about fighting poverty here? Not the DA, and they come here and they want to be skynheilig hierso in die huis. Or amidst the DA's complaints of national government here today, let's look at what the city of Cape Town is doing. We must condemn the unreasonable increase in electricity tariffs and water tariffs that resulted in protests from residents. But what's more, you fall behind in your water account. You go with 100 rand to go and buy electricity. They take off 80 rand immediately and you're left with 20 rand. Is that being pro-poor? No, it's not. And that is how the DA in the city and Witzenberg and many other municipalities are doing this. You say you care for the poor, but you want to make people get a 20 Rand electricity out of 100 Rand. That's the DA for you. They brag about getting Cape Townians off the grid, but do we really know what the price is going to be of the energy that the city of Cape Town is talking about? Do we really know what the price is going to be? The DA, die ligt is aan. Kan jy nie sien nie? Die ligte brand. The DA-run city should cut back. The solution is DA must cut back on the pipe levy.
Honourable members, please proceed, Honourable the Leader of the Opposition, and I would kindly ask you to address the presiding officer.
To address?
Presiding officer, the Speaker.
To address who?
Speak through the Speaker, sir.
Speak to the Speaker?
Yeah.
Okay, yes. So what we should do about that is the pipe levy, and the Honourable Plato knows about this. The electricity surcharges are above the NERSA rate. So that is how you can provide relief to consumers. But nee, die DA doen dit nie in die stad nie. That's how much they care about. Then we look at the issue of the cost of public transport. Golden Arrow gets subsidies, but the people of the province face rising costs in our public transport. So the subsidy should not just be used for operational costs in this crisis period, but to cushion the impact of inflation. So clearly we need to subsidize the taxi industry, Honourable Speaker. We know that in the State of the Province address, they've neglected the agricultural sector. Support our people to grow food. Have urban agriculture like they do in Havana, in Cuba, and many other cities around the world. That's what Member Fernandez should be doing, but she's not. Right here in the city, the DA tried to sell the PHA, which is the vegetable basket of the city, to private developers. We had to stop that, and we mobilized against that. So they want to push big commercial farmers, sell off the land, and that's why they don't want the environmental commissioner. And we know that the Premier's committee has not met for months, 6 months, to discuss this issue, which should become a law. We fought for the Children's Commissioner. We won that battle. Now we're going to fight for the Environmental Commissioner because that is going to help us. So there's no word on agriculture. There's no word on what we should do. And I think that we must give more support to these sectors. Where's the plan for tourism? That is the biggest job creator as people come back. We salute Checkers and others who are charging a minimal amount for bread, but it's not enough loaves. Community bakeries. Why aren't we looking at that? We need to make sure that we have price control. We must consider, Honourable Marethru, why not price control for this period on certain basic goods? I'm sure the Freedom Front and others will support us on this. Amanda, salute. Thank you.
Honourable members, honourable members, I now recognize the Minister of Agriculture, Dr. Mayor.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier, leaders of various political parties, honourable members, the agricultural sector plays a pivotal role in food production, job creation, and economic growth. This sector forms the backbone of the economy during the initial year of COVID-19, the pandemic, and showing a positive and consistent economic growth. However, ensuring sustained agricultural production requires optimizing the use of critical factors of production like land, labor, capital, and access to affordable inputs such as fuel and fertilizers. And I want to thank Honourable Member Gillian for bringing this, Bosman, this matter to this House. I want to thank Honourable Member, the Chairperson of the Standing Committee, Honourable Member Andrikus van der Westhuizen, who spoke extensively about the relationship between fuel and the war and fertilizers. Now, the recent increase in the price of these inputs has increased the cost of agricultural production and contributing to high food prices. The volatile macroeconomic conditions driven by the geopolitical tensions in Eastern Europe, the COVID-19 pandemic, extreme weather events, and now the rising fuel prices continue to constrain the pace of economic recovery in South Africa. South Africa, honourable members, as a net importer of crude oil, is experiencing record high fuel prices and high food prices, as explained by members of this House. Now, these increases are impacting low-income households severely in South Africa. The increasing fuel price will undermine food security and affordability. The ripple effect of expensive fuel will be transmitted, resulting in high agricultural production costs, food prices, and other essentials that rely on road transportation. Honorable Speaker, according to Stats South Africa, transport and fuel input costs accounted for 6.9% or 3.6 billion rand of the 52 billion rand total expenditure on inputs used by the Western Cape commercial agriculture. Honorable Speaker and members, the recent further hike in the fuel price spike will have an adverse impact on agricultural production and post-farm gate transport costs. And the ANC government, unlike what Honorable Member Dakmo said, simply doesn't care. The energy prices continue to drive costs higher. There is no ending to load shedding, as mentioned by my colleague, the Minister of Social Development, Minister Fernandes. The same trends are observed in international markets where crude oil and natural gas prices continue to indicate an upward pressure. The petrol and diesel prices have increased significantly in the past few months. In May 2022, last month, diesel prices increased by 54.8% year-on-year. There are implications for poverty and hunger, as my colleagues indicated during this debate. The current increase in fuel and food prices is likely to worsen food insecurity in the province, and the ANC government simply doesn't care anymore. The population experiencing adult or child hunger has sharply increased since 2020. This follows significant disruptions correlated with the initial period of the COVID-19 pandemic and the hard lockdown restrictions. Adult hunger has sharply increased from 11.74% in 2019 to 16.98% in 2020, and child hunger also from 11.06% to 12.09% respectively. Honorable Speaker, food insecurity in the Western Cape will be a greater reality. This province accounts for 55% of the agricultural export from South Africa, and food insecurity is now prevalent at more household levels. The ongoing war in Russia and Ukraine adds a layer of complexity. It exerts more pressure on the already fragile global food system, weakened by the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, and other extreme events. Honorable Speaker, I think the situation is getting closer to home, as Honorable Member America has indicated. Also, the impact of the war is systemic in nature, and we see that the ANC is simply supporting the Russian invasion of Ukraine. It's no longer invasion, it's a full-scale war. Fuel prices have increased significantly, which has a significant impact on the mobility of people to access the workplaces. This becomes a vicious cycle, and the ANC government is simply not caring. The ANC government is uncaringly abusing South Africans through the artificially high fuel price for decades. If you strip out the price of taxes and other costs, the real basic fuel price is only 9.74% per litre. It is 48% lower than the total price of South Africans that they are currently paying at the pump. My party, the Democratic Alliance, will introduce urgent legislation to immediately deregulate and reduce the fuel price, which will bring immediate relief for all commuters and retailers to compete to offer lower prices. While the ANC government cares more about the flagpole, vanity projects, and sending your tax money to Cuba, the DA cares deeply about the suffering South Africans, and we will fight until we win this battle to deregulate, cut taxes, and lower the fuel price. Honorable Speaker, my department will continue and intensify now the rollout of agri-processing initiatives to promote food security along the value chain. Honorable Speaker, the reality is simple. The ANC government has run out of money. They stole the public funds as per the Zondo Commission and is now introducing a fuel corruption tax to punish South Africans. The fuel corruption tax will put more people into poverty, and I'm asking all South Africans to sign our petition /fuelprices.co.za. Let us unite together and force the ANC government to stop the exorbitant taxes on fuels. Honourable Speaker, lastly, Honourable Member Mare, we are debating this matter here in this House in the Western Cape Parliament because the ANC Minister of Finance is refusing to discuss this matter in the National Assembly. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable members, iphelile ingxoxo ngoku. Sizawuthatha isali zethu sigoduke. We have finished our debate. The time allocated to the debate has come to an end. We are now moving to the interpellations, and I want to thank the honourable members who have participated in the debate. The first interpellation is by Honourable Kaiser Philander to the Honourable Minister of Health, Dr. Mbombo. I now recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Member Philander. Just also to note that this question was actually asked before, I think August 2020 by Member Bosman. It was asked, but nonetheless, what we need to understand is that the responsibility, I think, started from 2004. The responsibility.
Honourable Minister, will you please take your seat? Honourable the Deputy Chief Whip of the ANC.
Honourable Speaker, could I ask the Honourable Philander a question as to whether she and Honourable Bosman speak about these issues before they pose questions?
Honourable the Chief Whip, that's not how the standing rules are. You don't break the rule in trying to enforce another one. I think let us allow the Honourable Minister to proceed. I think the Honourable Minister has drawn our attention to what she indicates that this question was asked. The table staff will advise the Speaker in terms of that. Let me repeat what the Minister said. The Honourable Minister has indicated to the House that this question was asked by another honourable member of the House. So that in terms of the standing rules, there are provisions that guide the nature of that guides questions, and that should be adhered to at all times. I'm going to request that the Honourable Minister proceeds. We will deal with this in terms of the standing rules, and I commit to do just that. Honourable Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. It was a written reply then, but nevertheless.
Is there, sorry, Honourable Minister, if you don't mind to take your seat again. I see the hand of the Deputy Chief Whip of the DA is up. Have you accidentally raised your hand or you've now withdrawn it? Honourable Batman.
Afternoon, I've withdrawn it as you have covered my point. However, in terms of questions, the same question rule only applies within the 6-month rule, not after it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Batman. You said you withdrawn your hand. It's fine. I have addressed it and I'm going to deal with it in terms of the standing rules. Honourable members, if it's the same matter, can we please, no matter how much you like each other, let's relax now and proceed. Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to ask through you whether Honourable MEC Mboma would be prepared to take a question.
Thank you, Honourable the Leader of the Opposition. Honorable Minister, you may now address the House. There's a question whether you prepared to take a question.
Probably, maybe, because it's an interpellation, so I've got a time at the end. So probably after I've responded to all those will be raised during the interpellation, who will be speakers. If I still have got my other time that will be left, I'll be fine. I'll use any, yeah.
You'll use any time left later.
If there's time left, yeah.
You have, Honorable Minister, 3 minutes, 20 seconds left.
Oh, that's a lot. So, as I was saying, Honorable Speaker, thank you for the question. But normally, I like to also to bring the perspective on the issue of the health department assisting with the assessment of the for the SASSA grant holders, which is in the disability, in the care dependency, in the grant in AIDS, as according to the Social Security Act. So South Africa generally, that started in 2004. And with the Western Cape, we did have our own service level agreement with the Western Cape SASSA, which now, because of the COVID, it ended. I think our last SLA was going to be was ending 31st March 2021. But currently now we are renewing, and it has been only the Metro, actually, because the others were not as active. The SASSA was appointing their own doctors. But in the Metro, we have been assisting them where the SASSA pays the money to the Department of Health, and the Department of Health pays the money to those doctors. And we are not using the same doctors that are part of the health services. So we get the doctors, and then in a particular facility, you might get a SASSA doctor in consulting room A, and then we have the doctor that belongs to that facility in consulting room B. And then we have got, in the SLA, does stipulate that how much per assessment, and also what forms that needs to be submitted before even they paid out. So it has been like that, but noting prior that, at the national level, it's supposed to have kind of an agreement with the national parties, national department and the national department and SASSA for such, but we ended up doing our own because at the end, it does have an impact on us. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now recognize the Honorable Member, Kaiser Philander.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, through you, I do understand that the Honorable Said can get nervous in one actually showing and emphasizing the inefficiencies of the ANC national government. Nevertheless, Honorable Speaker, thank you, Minister, for your reply. Through you, Speaker, the Minister speaks to a continual theme of constraints that we all experience across portfolios in the Western Cape. And Speaker, that is the endemic trend of inefficiencies, as I said, from the national government, which our people are getting very anxious about. Once again, Speaker, the Western has to go over and over, above and beyond its responsibilities in order to ensure that national mandates are delivered. Honourable Speaker, we see this, as the Honourable Minister has just said, that our province is now needing to explore new ways to help SASSA dependents in order for them to receive the grants that they deserve. Speaker, when we look at the various projects that are being explored, and we hope that they will be brought into fruition in due course. However, Speaker, in the short term at least...
Philander, will you please take your seat? Is there a point of order, Honorable Said?
Honorable Speaker, I would like to know if the Honorable Philander, given that she speaks on behalf of the Executive and the Department of Health, if she's able to take a question, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable the Deputy Chief Whip of the Opposition. You've heard the question, Honorable Kaiser Philander.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm mindful of my time. Can I continue?
Proceed, please, yes.
Thank you, Speaker. However, in the short term, at least, Speaker, through you, can the Minister detail how this withholding has affected the province? And is there any role that the provincial government has in this regard? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kaiser Philander, honorable members, I now recognize the honorable member Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this is a very important question. And my question just to the Minister is there other measures that we can assist the most vulnerable people? I know that nurses are qualified, there's a lot of qualified nurses. Is there other ways to assist the people in need when it comes to, going to the doctor? Because it's a fact, it's a shortage of doctors, people spend their whole day there. Can we make it more accessible? Does the Minister have any plans to make this more accessible to the most vulnerable people? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, honorable Christians. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Bagu Force.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the way this question is framed is both misleading and incorrect. At some point, we need to outgrow this childish politics and gimmick of painting national government in a bad light. This is the continuation of the tiring and boring campaign of DA being unfairly targeted by the national government. This is not true, and the DA must desist from this. It is shocking that no one else outside of the DA in the province is aware of this withholding of deployment. Thank you, Speaker. Going forward, I would like to say in SASA in the province is not aware. National Parliament Committee is not aware. It is only DA.
Will you please take your seat? I'll mute the pause the timer. There is a hand online, Honorable Postman. Is that a point of order?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Through you, I'd like to know if the member is prepared to take a question.
Thank you, Honourable Postman. Honourable Bagu Force. The question is clear.
Andifuni uphendula mbuzo wakhe.
Thank you, Honourable Bagu Force. You may proceed. Honourable Postman, the honourable member indicated that she is not interested. You may proceed, Honourable Bagu Force.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It is shocking that no one else outside of the DA in the province is aware of this withholding of deployment of doctors. SASA in the province is not aware. National Parliament Committee is not aware. It is only DA that knows about it. Can the MEC tell us when was this communication sent? Where did it come from, and what reason were given for it? We know there have been a lot of challenges with regards to application of temporary disability grants, especially during the hard lockdown. Through national government intervention, SASA allocated millions to recruit over 400 doctors to assist with managing the backlog of in temporary disability grants. Through such assistance, thousands of labs grants were reinstated, including majority that were in the Western Cape. In the spirit of the intergovernmental relation, one sphere of government cannot be a distant spectator whose only role is shouting from the grandstand and rejoicing when there are challenges. What has the provincial government done to assist during the challenge with temporary disability grants? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Bagu Force. Honourable members, I now recognize the Honourable Member Kaiser Philander.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Interesting. Through you, I wonder when last was the Honourable Bagu Force in a constituency. But nevertheless, Speaker, in the interest as a member of this provincial parliament and serving the communities out there, Speaker, it is incumbent upon me to ask questions when confronted with it within my community, Speaker.
Honourable Member Kaiser Philander, there are two hands. The one hand in the virtual platform, I'll start with the Chief Whip of the opposition, and then there's another hand in the chamber. Honourable the Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Philander is casting aspersion on the integrity of Member Bakubaku Force. And I would like to appeal to you to rule on that when she says she's wondering when last was Member Bakubaku Force in her constituency. May you please rule on that one.
Thank you, Honorable the Chief Whip of the opposition. I would like to now ask the Deputy Chief Whip to rise on the point of order.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, thank you. I also rise on the point of order in terms of Rule 59. Very, very clear in terms of reflecting on the integrity or dignity of another member. So because it is unethical and improper for a member not to be in their constituency and not to serve as the constituency. So Honorable Philander must bring a substantive motion to you, Honorable Speaker, on this particular matter, if it is true. But really, this is, and then it's also not something in line with the discussion. What has this got to do with health? Thank you.
Order, honorable members. All right. Thank you, honorable members. I've heard the point of order raised by the honorable, the Chief Whip of the opposition, and equally by the honorable, the Deputy Chief Whip of the opposition. I'm not too sure how the Rule 159, honorable, the Deputy Chief Whip of the opposition, gets activated by what has been shared. But I will consult with my team, and I will make such a ruling in the next sitting. May I please allow the honorable member to proceed? Honorable Kaisa Philander.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. So typical of the ANC, as national government is always also not aware of anything. Nevertheless, Speaker, let me continue.
Speaker. Order, Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Honorable the Chief Whip of the opposition. Honorable the Chief Whip of the opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My apologies for disrupting Member Philander. My hand was up immediately after you've made the ruling on Rule 159, because I have not heard you making a ruling on the fact that Member Philander is casting an aspersion on Member Bakubaku Force.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable the Chief Whip of the opposition. I have made such a ruling on Rule 59, not 159. Rule 59, which I have, and I will repeat because the matter, I think it's important for the purposes of the Chief Whip in this regard. I have indicated that I do not get it clearly how this statement by Honorable Kaiser Philander impacts and thereby activating Rule 59. I would like to consult the table staff and Hansard, which I will return to the matter in the next sitting. So that is the ruling, and therefore there is no more debate on the matter because the presiding officer has made the ruling. Is it a different matter, Honorable the Deputy Chief Whip?
Speaker, I'm not contesting your ruling. It's just a point of, it's a point for noting that and we want to thank you, Speaker, for saying that you're going to analyze and you're going to come back to the House with a ruling, because it's unlike what happened last week. Remember, Van der Westhuizen was chairing and immediately on the spot came with a ruling on that same Rule 59. So I want to thank you for this approach. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable the Chief Whip, the Deputy Chief Whip of the opposition. I also know that there was a matter on that point, but let me assure the House and the honorable members that at all times we'll follow the standing rules, and this is our House. Let us treat it as such. there's no more point of orders because the ruling has been made by the presiding officer. I now move with the speakers list. Order, honorable members. There is another hand on the virtual platform. Is it on a different matter, Honorable Bosman?
Yes, Speaker. I'm just trying to understand some clarity. I'm reading the rules and I don't understand where in the rules a member can rise on a point of noting. Member Syed would like to educate the House. He should organize a study group. There's no rule for points of noting. Would like to continue with the debate, please.
Order, Honorable Bosman. I'm going to say that let us close this matter as the presiding officer has made the ruling and proceed in the interest of the House and for the sake of time that we proceed. Honorable members. Order, honorable members. I know we've not had a sitting that lasts until 12 a.m. But if you are canvassing the presiding officer, I will grant that. Let me request the cooperation of the honorable members. May I then allow the opportunity for the honorable member, Kaza Philander, to proceed.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Indeed, the ANC is out of touch with the reality in our communities, and they must bring their own interpellations and questions, Speaker, in the interest of our communities. Nevertheless, Speaker, I'm going to shorten my address. Speaker, what is currently happening, and this is what is evident and reality in our communities, is that people are deprived of grants because doctors are not available to assess them. Speaker, a disability grant especially. I know about the residents that have not received the grants for many months, and this doesn't fall within the ambit of the Honourable Minister Mbombo, but asking the questions in terms when it comes to doctors and what exactly is the role that the provincial government play or could play to assist those communities in order to make sure that they do get assessed and in order for them to do access those grants. Speaker, can I ask if the Minister can perhaps also just indicate to us in terms of how could the Western Cape Health Department assist in this regard? Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kaiser Philander. Honorable members, I now recognize the Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, members, for the inputs. Just quickly, Speaker, here I've opened the service level agreements, the two ones. The one that was signed in August 2020 by the regional, from the SASSA is Mr. Kaituk Bandi. And then for the 21 February 2022, it's from USASA from Pretoria, Abraham Mahlang. However, in as much as that I'm tempted actually to say more, but I've taken into cognizance the section 11 of the SLA talks about the confidentiality that this cannot be shared. So you can understand when the SASSA is saying that they according to member Baku Force, that they've been shared, because it talks about the parties shall not during the currents of this agreement or any time thereafter utilize or cause to be utilized, directly or indirectly publish or cause to be published, otherwise disclose or cause to be disclosed, blah, 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 all of those. So I'm not sure exactly what extent that I can disclose, but the point that the members are trying to highlight is about that there have been backlogs, and also because specifically they need health assessment. Can the health department assist? We are saying that no, we can't. However, we could be able to assist SASSA by making sure that we do appoint those doctors on their behalf, subject that they will be paying those doctors. And also we have assisted them in terms of how these doctors can be able to claim, and also that we take the money from that SASSA when they receive the invoice, we do it on their behalf, which is what we have done as part of the SLAs. There are many doctors actually who are unemployed. Once they are done with their medical as a community services, they need appointment. So just like they do with the other outside the metro in some other areas like Central Karoo, where SASSA bring their doctors themselves and appoint them, it doesn't stop them to do that. But our understanding is about it becomes hectic for them because it's not their area. And therefore, that's why we volunteer in regard to assisting them, but they must pay. And then last week, Speaker, I think there was a question about how it does it impact on us. There are children who might have been born with some disability, and now they are 17-year-olds or 18-year-olds. Just think of it, that person who has been dependent on the grant since birth. And then now, all of a sudden, at age 17, 18, where the primary caregiver maybe is working, now has got nothing. And that child depends on that food. There's no way that you can ask that person, that child who has been with a disability, especially like a cerebral palsy, you expect now that person to go for reassessment. But there's nothing's going to change because it has been not to be able to sit, not be able to talk, has been nothing about it. So why would you want that person to go and renew disability? So they're supposed to have worked on themselves so that they categorize which ones that they need for the renewal. So instead of just doing the blanket thing, so it has impacted us hugely because it means that those caregivers have to come to the health facility, not necessarily for the assessment, but it's because now that those children end up, which is now others are adults, end up not having any food to eat. The primary caregivers or their assistants end up not being able even to be provided with not only with the food, but also in regard to the support. So we are, as I indicated, Speaker, last week, that we have renewed for the 2022 until March 2023 for the Metro. I see here also the signature of the Garden Route Director, which is, it means that it does actually accommodate such part. But as I indicated, that I'm not sure to what extent that I can be able to divulge more as accordingly. But the people who signed it for Metro is the Metro Service Director, Dr. Perez, and then for the Garden Route is for Nedile, umember that mawabusafumana nto shem.
Thank you, Siyabulela, Hlonitshwa, Siyabulela Mphathiswa. No, the honorable member, you see, I thought your Xhosa was much better than mine, honorable, the leader of the opposition. The minister, I was indicating to her that ixesha lixhathwe yinja, meaning the time is gone. Yeah, it has really lapsed. So she responded graciously. We don't have factions in this house. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. That concludes the interpellation number 1. We now, thank you to the honorable members who participated. Order. I now move to interpellation number 2 by Honorable Xhego to Honorable the Minister of Finance and Economic Opportunities. Minister Wenger, I now recognize the Honorable Minister. And I want to say to the House, as you all know, the Honorable Minister, it's her debate address in the House. And we know the rule and the convention that we must be nice to the Minister and ensure that she enjoys her maiden address to the House. And congratulations once more, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for that. As the intro to my maiden interpellation. Thank you very much, Honourable Xhego, for the question. It is indeed a great pleasure to address you today as the new Minister for Finance and Economic Opportunities. And I fully appreciate the immense responsibility that now falls on me as we look to deliver opportunity and hope in the Western Cape. I take this responsibility very seriously, and in all that I do, I consider myself on the job to create jobs in the Western Cape. There can be no greater priority in our province right now, especially given the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on our economy and on the livelihoods of so many of our residents. We have to claw back the jobs that we've lost during this time. And it is my strong view that even more so, we need to aim higher. It's not enough that we have the lowest unemployment rate in South Africa, important as that is. We need to be a shining example of rapid economic growth that creates the jobs that we need to roll back poverty. And this is our unwavering objective. And so I fully agree with President Cyril Ramaphosa when he said in his State of the Nation address this year that it's not the role of government to create jobs, it's businesses that do that. It is government's role to enable businesses to be able to create jobs. We have to continue to proudly embrace this principle that it is the private sector, which includes SMMEs, the informal sector, and entrepreneurs that create jobs, and that our role as government is to adopt policies that enable this. And let's not forget that we also have a role to play in removing barriers to growth for our SMMEs and entrepreneurs, that we have a role to play in supporting and enabling the growth of small and informal businesses within the private sector. Last week, I had the opportunity to meet with a small business owner, Mr. Salim Williams, who owns Lekker Pies in Mitchells Plain. And I can personally say that those pies were heerlijk. They really were lekker. And I think the rest of the cabinet will agree, as they enjoyed some of the pies at our last cabinet meeting. But at the visit, I heard how he struggled to find financing for his enterprise and was assisted through the department's red tape reduction unit, who put him in contact with small enterprise finance agencies. And now his business is thriving and he has plans to expand, providing employment to many more people in Mitchells Plain. And this is one example of how government can help to enable job creation, but ultimately it's the private sector that creates them. I'm also committed to embracing innovation and collaboration so that we can get the job done efficiently. That includes a whole of government approach. In the jobs cluster, for example, the new departments of infrastructure and mobility will be key in enabling private sector-led growth and job creation into the future. In my first week, I met with our teams to discuss plans on the go and in the pipelines to drive growth and job creation in the province. In all these discussions, I've kept the following core areas on top of my mind. Making it easier to do business in the Western Cape so that the private sector can do its job of creating jobs, increasing partnerships with the private sector, including the informal sector, so that we can be responsive to the needs of job creators. We must back entrepreneurs and small businesses who are the engines of the economy. We must invest in our people through targeted skills programs so that they can leverage opportunities that the private sector creates and needs. And we must enable innovation not only in our economy, but also in our government so that we can deliver services that our economy needs to grow. And finally, we must entrench our province's resilience, especially our energy resilience, so that we remain on track to be the first province to beat load shedding. These core focus areas will also inform our growth for jobs strategy, which is currently underway and which we want to inform next year's main budget. At the foundation of everything.
Sorry, Minister, if you can just finish off, please. Your time is almost up.
Okay, at the foundation of everything we do, we must fulfill our commitment to good and clean governance in the province, because when you spend your money properly, we can create the right conditions for growth, job creation, and inspire confidence in the province. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Wenger. I allowed the Minister to finish as it is one of her new interpellations. Thank you very much. Honourable Klecho.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for her response. One of the first statements that the Minister made taking over the office was that it is the private sector that creates jobs. And we hear even today, the Minister reiterates that. Linked to that is that that statement was also made by the Premier earlier this year whilst giving the State of the Province address, saying that the provincial government still has a duty to make sure that there is adequate infrastructure so that the private sector can invest. Now, the sort of infrastructure that one would assume the Premier was referring to is one intended to largely cater for those with a deeper pockets and foreign direct investment in the province with the aim of creating jobs, which is fine. We don't have a problem with that. However, our concern in all of this is that not enough is done to assist the township economy. As we're hearing now, the ministers referring to small businesses in Mitchells Plain, we wish that That could be said by all township economies around the province. Because the problem we're having here is that we have potential, but this potential is not nurtured enough. And as a result, it leads to nowhere. We have poor people in townships with companies and small businesses operating at a very small scale as a result of lacking enough capital and other resources in order to move from small to medium enterprises. Oftentimes, these businesses are well run by their owners, just lack the necessary skills as well as capital. Now, the lack of skills can vary, but can also include not being able to attract investment, meaning that the owners are running these businesses from self-generated funds. Now, when one looks at initiatives administered by the provincial government, such as the Small Medium Enterprises Booster Fund, the first thing one notices is that the fund of 16 million is very little. And to make up for that, a department requires applicants to also demonstrate that they're getting other funding from elsewhere, which most of the townships and businesses do not have, and will therefore fail to satisfy their requirement. And then coupled with all this, will be endless technical documents that the department will require from them, which they do not have. And then this will result in them not getting the necessary funding. Now, as far as the creation of employment is concerned, what is the department doing to reduce administrative red tapes in initiatives such as small SMMEs, Booster Fund, in order to make sure that they are accessible to small township business owners who would not necessarily have capital from anyone or other people outside the government, and they are not being able to generate these things.
Thank you, Honourable Kleho. Your time is up. Thank you very much. I now recognise Honourable Bosman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the new minister has been charged with taking an already successful department to even greater heights. I have no doubt that this is what Minister Wenger will do, as our party has proven that we hold our own to a very high standard. I say that the minister is taking over a successful department, as it should be quite clear from the unemployment statistics released this week. The Western Cape is doing the best at putting the people of our province to work. We in the Western Cape have an expanded unemployment rate of 29%, so there's still much work to be done, but this should be seen in light of a 45.5% national rate. And it's clear there that something very differently is being done in the Western Cape. Minister Wenger has already made it very clear that her #1 priority is jobs, and the DA has a principled economic approach that is always informed by evidence, and this means that there is coherence and continuity when ministers are in charge. This is evidenced by the fact that the SMME Booster Fund, which has helped 730 small businesses since 2019, has been reopened for applications since our Minister Wenger took charge. And we're confident that Minister Wenger will continue to empower SMMEs as they contribute to the growth of the provincial economy and job creation. But can the minister perhaps give some more details on how SMMEs contribute to our provincial economy? Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Bosman, and now recognise Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I just want to ask the ministers 2 questions. The one question is, when will we in the Western Cape see an end to load shedding? Just the other day, I was in Mitchell's Plain in Westgate Mall, taking people to the Spur there for a meeting. And when we got there was no electricity. And they told me when I went to go speak to the manager, they said this is an unscheduled load shedding. They didn't even know about it. And all the people left the Spur. So that is a big problem. So I want to know from the minister, when is the end of load shedding in the province? And secondly, because that's important for economic growth. You can have everything in order, but if you every time going to have load shedding, we cannot grow in the Western Cape. And just another question to the minister is the skills that required in the province. Is there innovative skills, those who are unemployed, to get them back into employment? What is the minister's plans with that? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Christians. I now recognise Honourable Doug Moore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As the ANC, we believe that poverty alleviation is absolutely paramount, particularly in this province, and we want to extend a hand to the Honourable MEC to say that we would work with her. It just so happens that, Deputy Speaker, that when you were the MEC and now we have another woman, MEC Wenger, it's very clear that those two women outperformed both the Premier when he was in that portfolio and also MEC Mainir. And that's why we were surprised when you were not appointed again. But nevertheless, we want to work with you, MEC, through the Speaker. Our province has its own PERO, and it shows a very high Gini coefficient, 0.6, as we know in the Western Cape, while Stats SA indicates that the poverty rate was actually at 21% in 20. There's nothing more important than actually growing jobs and building and transforming an inclusive economy. Nothing more important than that. And we just wish that you would start off because this question from Honourable Taigo is clear. What changes will you bring? And unfortunately, we didn't hear that. Surely, if you're taking 1.2 billion into a community safety plan, imagine if you could actually use a third of that to support tourism, to support other job creators in those particular sectors. There's not that thinking, unfortunately. We have spin from the Premier, but no substance. He is the weakest Premier we've ever had, Deputy Speaker. He's got no substance. He likes bells and whistles, but actually the conflict in his own party, which he can't manage, is creating instability, not only in the government, but even here where there's a fight. And we saw it, Deputy Speaker, with respect, between you and the Speaker. You were fighting. Julle het baklei in die vergadering. Ons het dit gesien.
Honourable Member, you're now talking about something that has nothing to do with the topic at hand. Are you complete? Your time's up? Yes, thank you very much. Your time is up. Thank you very much, Honourable Dugmore. I now recognise Honourable Klego.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Order 1 minute, Honourable Klego. Order members in the House, please. I cannot hear Honourable Klego. Honourable Klego, you may proceed.
Sorry, Deputy Speaker. I muted there. Sorry about that.
I proceed, Honourable.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. In one of the previous statements made by the new minister when sworn in, is that the minister is going to create jobs and kind of reverse the jobs losses which came about as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, in the short term, what input will the department make to ensure that infrastructure is created in order to create more job opportunities? And also, what would be the relationship of the minister with other opposition parties? Because we've got SMMEs out there who are seeking direct assistance from the ministry or from the department, and yet they do not have any kind of assistance that they are getting. Then opposition parties would come as part of their constituencies to approach the department with such kind of proposal and say, we have got these constituencies that are not safe. How will the approach of the minister be as far as that is concerned? Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Klego. Now I recognise Honourable Minister Wenger.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Certainly a lot to respond to there. I will try my best. So first of all, to Honourable Klego and Honourable Bosman, absolutely, we have to back entrepreneurs and small businesses, which are important engines in our economy. The latest statistics that I have available show that, and according to the DTIC, micro, small and medium enterprises accounted for about 30% of total GDP in 2006 in South Africa. In the Western Cape, according to SEDA in the Q1 report of last year, the Western Cape has just under 300,000 SMMEs, mainly in the following industries: trade and accommodation, financial and business services, community services, construction and manufacturing. So as part of our plan to support entrepreneurs and small businesses, and it was mentioned, is the SMME Booster Fund, which I announced that applications for the 2022 Booster Fund opened this week. It will distribute 16 million rand to selected organizations which deliver training programs on business development and support and access to markets for those SMMEs. It is managed by the Department of Economic Development and Tourism, and it aims to enhance the sustainability of urban, rural, township-based youth and people with disabilities, as well as women-owned SMMEs in our province. Since the first iteration of this fund, it's allocated almost 60 million rand in funding and supported 730 SMMEs in the Western Cape. In the countdown to the launch, I'm very happy to go and visit Owen Mdledle, who owns the Baphumelele Fountain of Hope Farm in Philippi, who was a previous beneficiary of this fund. And he's done some absolutely amazing things with the assistance that the fund has provided. Let's see. Then talking about skills development, which is something Honourable Beho mentioned, the department has set aside more than 80 million rand and leverages more than an additional 100 million rand each year from the private sector as well as other government sources to support youth employment and skills development. The funds have been provided to accredited training and incentivized firms, and they've employed more than 6,500 unemployed youth over the past 2 years. And in recognition of the historic marginalization of women in the workplace and society in general, of those 6,500 employment opportunities, approximately 60% were women. And for the upcoming financial year, we will be incentivizing the employment of individuals with disabilities as well. On load shedding, of course, Honourable Christians, load shedding is harming the economy in an extraordinary way. The department is, however, full steam ahead with its Municipal Energy Resilience Programme, which is aiming to mitigate the effects of load shedding. Had a briefing on it this week, and it really is conducting some pioneering work. Honourable Dugmore, thank you very much for extending a hand. I agree collaboration is key. We're actively working on a growth and jobs plan with the Premier, and I'm very excited to see this take shape in the coming months. Then to conclude, our economy ultimately depends on us not only identifying what are the barriers to growth, but it requires us to be bold, to innovate, and to do everything we can to resolve them together. Key to economic growth is investment in infrastructure, which is something that is necessary to unlock the economic potential of our region. We know that if we work harder and smarter, we can unlock the tremendous value of our economy, and by working together, we can remove barriers to growth, stimulate the private sector for more investment, grow our economy, and enable the creation of many more jobs for the people of the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister Wenger. That brings us to the end of interpellation 2. We will now begin interpellation 3. I now recognise the Honourable Minister Bredell.
Dankie, agbare Deputy Speaker. Agbare Deputy Speaker, baie dankie aan die agbare Maran vir die interpellasie. Alhoewel die besluit om Driftsans Natuurreservaat te deproklameer en te sluit nog nie geneem is nie, het ek deurgaans tydens hierdie proses regs.
Apologies, Minister.
Ons reg. Ja.
May continue.
Agbare Deputy Speaker, alhoewel die besluit om die Driftsans Natuurreservaat te deproklameer en te sluit nog nie geneem is nie, het ek deurgaans tydens hierdie proses regsadvies ontvang om die deproklamasie en die sluiting van Driftsans Natuurreservaat te oorweeg. Regsadvies was 'n integrale deel van Cape Nature's reaksie op die onwettige besetting van die Driftsans Natuurreservaat sedert dit in Junie 2020 tydens die aanvanklike fase van COVID-19 pandemie begin het. Ek is deur regspanne van beide Cape Nature en die departement van die Premier ingelig oor die reaksie op beide die onwettige bewoning op die terrein, sowel as die gepaardgaande onwettige sandmyne. of sandmynaktiwiteite. Ek word in kennis gestel dat dit tydens die nasionale staat van inperking byna onmoontlik was om onwettige bewoners uit te sit, aangesien die regulasies wat ingevolge die rampbestuurwet gepubliseer is, bepaal het dat, en ek haal aan, alle uitsettings en uitvoering van beslagleggingsbevele, beide roerende en onroerende, insluitend die verwydering van roerende bates en die verkoop wat besig is om plaas te vind met onmiddellike effek opgeskort is en die duur van die inperkingsperiode vir die duur van die inperkingsperiode, sluit die aanhaling, en dat 'n persoon nie van sy of haar grond of huis verwyder mag word of sy of haar woonplek vir die duur van die nasionale ramptoestande afgebreek mag word nie, tensy 'n bevoegde of 'n bevel toestaan of toegestaan het wat die uitsetting of sloping magtig en die howe bewus van die benaarde toestand van onwettige bewoners het uitsettingsbevele teruggehou wat dit dus onmoontlik maak om enige persoon uit die natuurreservaat te verwyder. Ek word in kennis gestel dat die migrasie van groot getalle mense en die oprigting van duisende strukture binne 'n paar weke op die natuurreservaat tesame met die feit dat die onwettige bewoners daar gebly het vir die duur van COVID-19 nasionale ramptoestand groot skade aan die natuurreservaat aangerig het. Cape Nature het gesê hulle het die Driftsand Natuurreservaat deurlopend geëvalueer deur van hommeltuig beeldmateriaal gebruik te maak om die toestand van die natuurreservaat en die voortgesette impak van die onwettige besetting op die natuurreservaat te bepaal. Toe Cape Nature die ministerie gedurende 2021 genader het om die omvang van die verlies van die natuurlike habitat as gevolg van die onwettige besetting van die natuurreservaat uiteen te sit, het ek die departement van die premier en regsdienste afdeling gekommunikeer en ek is toe in kennis gestel dat die sluiting en die terugtrekking van die proklamasie deur 'n tweeledige proses onderneem gaan word ingevolge die Natuurbewaringsordonnansie van 1974 en die Wet op Nasionale Omgewingsbestuur van 2003, Wet 57 van 2003. Ingevolge die ordonnansie sluit ek die natuurreservaat en ingevolge die Wet op Nasionale Rampbestuur trek die provinsiale wetgewing die proklamasie terug. Ingevolge die advies ontvang het ek kennis geneem van die voorneme om die Driftsand Natuurreservaat ingevolge die Natuurbewaringsordonnansie 1974 te sluit deur publikasie van 'n kennisgewing in die provinsiale koerant op 18 Maart 2022 en plaaslike koerante sodat ek kommentaar van alle belanghebbendes kon kry om enige besluit om die natuurreservaat te sluit in te lig. Ek dankie.
Baie dankie. Thank you very much, Minister. We move on to Honourable Moran.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Greetings, Premier, members present. Speaker, what we have now heard from the MECs, the legal advice that they have obtained is to de-proclaim. Speaker, this is precisely why the ANC is calling for the establishment of the Environmental Commissioner. Wat heiderlik plaasvind op Driftsand is 'n skande. The easy way out that this provincial government is considering is a disgrace to the environmental policy of the DA itself. Never mind the understanding that we should be protecting the environment. Climate change is a reality. As the MEC of Environmental Affairs, the MEC ought to know this. In the budget vote of this department, the ANC raised in particular the concern that Cape Nature and the department will take the easy way out and de-proclaim the Driftsand Nature Reserve. How are we to be convinced that this department and Cape Nature takes the environment and protecting of our nature reserves seriously after this? When Cape Nature made the presentation to the select committee, they pointed out that it is the responsibility of the private owners of the property to protect their land. It was their responsibility to protect the land. But when we raised these issues in the House, we were accused by the MEC of politicizing department officials. The MEC and his department must take responsibility for the failure of Draftsens Nature Reserve, especially given that it is in the part of the Western Cape where there are indigenous and rare species of flora. The Environmental Commissioner would have certainly have had the necessary constitutional clout to act against the city of Cape Town with a lack of service delivery, against Cape Nature, and against this department in its failure to protect Draftsens Nature Reserves. We were told that during lockdown, mainly former backyard dwellers were forced to move into the nature reserve. The people could have so easily moved onto the land is an indictment on Cape Nature. But the ultimate responsibility of this failure must lie with the DA-run city of Cape Town and its failure to build houses for our people. The DA is content with informal settlements. Hence, it has given no urgency to the housing crisis in our province, a crisis which lies at the very heart of the occupation of Draftsens. The DA's latest budget in the city of Cape Town is over 6 billion for public transport, but just over 2 billion for human settlements. The DA must take responsibility for the deproclamation of this nature reserve. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognise Honourable America.
Sorry, Speaker, it's been changed. It's van der Westhuizen.
My apologies, Honourable van der Westhuizen. Thank you.
Geagte adjunkspeaker, die COVID-19 regulasies wat deur die ANC-regering ingestel is, het die vermoë van grondeienaars om hulle eiendom teen onwettige besettings te beskerm erg aan bande gelê. Ek sou graag van die agbare Maranbo hoor hoe hy reken 'n omgewingskommissaris die onwettige besetting sou kon verhoed. Net seker soos wat hy reken die kinderkommissaris alle geweld tans teen kinders verhoed. Die Weskaap is bevoorreg dat daar in die verlede, ten spyte van die druk op behuising, nywerhede en van landboukant, die versiendheid was om verskeie stukke grond op sy te sit vir natuurbewaring. Daar is veral gepoog om voorbeelde van die verskillende tipes fauna en flora vir die toekoms te bewaar. Baie van hierdie natuurparke is ongelukkig ver van ons dorpe en stede, wat die voorreg van toegang het sy vir ontspanning of om ons biodiversiteit te bewonder of meer te leer, vir baie arm Suid-Afrikaners onmoontlik gemaak. Driftsens was 'n unieke voorbeeld van 'n kusfynbosreservaat wat boonop binne maklike bereik van 'n area van hoë bevolkingsdigtheid was. Die gerieflike toegang tot driftsens het ongelukkig gebleik ook sy Achilleshiel te wees. Die verlies van Driftsens natuurreservaat weens onwettige besetting is dus betreurenswaardig. Dat sommige hulle onwettige strukture op gevaarlike plekke op hierdie natuurpark opgerig het, is 'n bron van groot kommer. Minister, ek hoop dat u ons ook kan inlig oor die volgende aspekte. Eerstens, aan watter entiteit sal Driftsens waarskynlik oorgedra word? Tweedens, is daar 'n moontlikheid om stukke kusfynbos soortgelyk aan Driftsens met ander stukke grond van natuurbewaring te vervang? En laastens, wat het u departement gedoen om diegene wat hulle op die laagliggende dele van Driftsens gevestig het, van die gevare in te lig? Baie dankie.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognise Honourable Moran.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, we want to hear how the MEC will defend the indefensible. The losing of Draftsens Nature Reserve is a classic example of the failure of the DA governance. Yet, Speaker, where the nature reserve was is also important. And I think the Honourable van der Westhuizen would have sang a different song if this nature reserve was in Constantia, Blauwbak, or on the West Coast. The DA would have never allowed this to happen. I remember when we were taken all the way to Hermana, Speaker, just to look at one milkwood tree, just one. One milkwood tree, and the argument was we should rescue, we should save this. One milkwood tree, because it was next to a white suburb. If it were, while the ANC is emphatic that this was a classical case for the Environmental Commissioner to investigate and make proposals that will ensure that this never happens again, we are also concerned about the human tragedy. Yes, the deproclamation of Draftsens is an environmental tragedy, but it also a human tragedy. If it is a tragedy of people who have been neglected by the DA-run city of Cape Town in not providing basic services in human settlements. It's a tragedy of people who have been neglected by the DA-run Western Cape Department of Human Settlements, now called Infrastructure. It's a tragedy of people throughout this province who are not in priority of the day because they are poor, they are African, they are colored and Indian. But it's also a failure of this department to plan. Throughout the Khayelitsha, Makaza area, we have seen the rapid growth of this area over the last 5 to 10 years. The Department of Development Planning fails to work with the City of Cape Town and fails to work with the Department of Infrastructure to ensure that the needs of our people are met. Our people have to fend for themselves, and they have to find a piece of land for themselves in order to make a home, because the provincial government and City of Cape Town cannot care about them. The ANC will certainly be writing to the National Minister and ask for an intervention on this matter, but also to ensure that this does not happen in the future again. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Moran, and I recognise Minister Bredell.
Agbaar, Deputy Speaker, baie dankie. Die proklamasie van enige natuurreservaat word nie ligtelik opgeneem nie. Die agbare Moran moet maar sy huiswerk gaan doen oor die omgewingskommissaris, hoe dit kon gestop word deur 'n omgewingskommissaris wat ek graag wil verstaan. Ons moet net onthou, agbare Speaker, ek hoor vandag 'n klomp eintlik ontstellende goed. Dis net die ANC wat dit in 'n rasdebat kan probeer verander, maar dat die ANC eintlik wil hê ons moet die mense afsit van die grond af. So ons moet nou mense gaan uitjaag met gewere en mense gaan seer kry, want daar bly duisende mense op daardie natuurreservaat. Jy moet onthou 108,000 mense het gevlug van ANC regering na die Wes-Kaap toe. Dis deel van ons probleem onder agbare Speaker. Ons verwelkom mense, maar ongelukkig kan ons nie voorbly nie, want hulle vlug weg van ANC regering, om die waarheid te wees. Die behuisingskrisis in hierdie land is geskep deur die ANC regering, agbare Speaker. En die agbare Moran kan met liefde die nasionale minister skryf, hy sal nie 'n antwoord kry nie. So daar sal niks van kom nie, dit kan ek hom waarborg. Aan die agbare Andrikus van die Westhuizen, baie dankie vir jou insette. Ons het meer as, ek wil nou nie eintlik 'n syfer noem nie, maar duisende hektare, en ek sal die agbare Moran ook uitdaag om vir my te wys watter provinsie het meer nuwe natuurbewaringsgrond geskep as die Wes-Kaap in hierdie land. Met ooreenkomste met landbou en ons het duisende hektaar toegevoeg tot die reeds bestuurde mandjie. Die gevaarlike plekke binne drifstaans is die een wat ons slapelose nagte gee. En dis die regte vraag om te vra, agbare Andrikus. Ons het 'n advertensieveld toe geloods. Ons het billboards opgesit. Ons het, ek dink 72% van die mense se selfoonnommers, ons stuur vir hulle WhatsApps, SMS'e om te vra asseblief, daar is ander grond geïdentifiseer, skuif soontoe, want ons is baie bekommerd oor daardie retensiedam weens die onwettige myne ensovoorts. Nie dat ons enigstens van die ANC of enige ander party hulp gekry het nie, maar hulle wag eers tot die katastrofe gebeur en dan wil hulle seker almal probeer goedkoop politiek maak. Ons wil mense se lewens red, kinders se lewens red, en daarom vra ons die publiek om saam te werk. Daar is grond uitgewys waantoe die mense wat in die onmiddellike gevaar is kan skuif, en hopelik sal hulle hierdie offer opneem voor die ergste winterreën kom. Maar weer eens, dankie vir die interpellasie, dit bly 'n belangrike gesprek. Baie dankie.
Dankie, agbare Minister. That brings us to the end of interpellations. We now move in terms of Rule 202 to questions. If I can just remind members of this House that there are 4 opportunities, but the honourable member who posed the first question will have the first opportunity then with follow-ups for a follow-up question. So the rest of the members can do the remaining of the opportunities. I now recognise, is your hand up for the first question? Thanks very much. All right, I now recognise Honourable Minister to reply to the first question. Yes. Sorry, where am I? If you can just... Apologies, I'm looking at the wrong page. I do apologise. I'm questions for... There we go, Honourable Premier. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much to the Honourable Klego for the question, whether the safety plan is still effective. And the answer is yes, the safety plan is still effective. Within the hotspots where the law enforcement advanced plan or LEAP officers have been deployed, there were decreases in the number of murders as reported by the National Minister of Police for the second and third quarter of the previous financial year. The statistics for the fourth quarter having not yet been released by the National Minister, and we are actually expecting those numbers tomorrow, and I am fairly confident that exact same trend will continue. With reference to the LEAP members, the target of deploying 1,000 LEAP members was achieved. A total of 1,228 members are currently deployed in 13 areas of the province, of which 10 areas form part of the top 10 murder areas of the Western Cape, namely Delft, Gugulethu, Harare, Khayelitsha, Kraaifontein, Mfuleni, Mitchells Plain, Nyanga, Philippi East, which also includes Hanover Park and Samora Machel. We have further established a LEAP reaction unit where LEAP officers are currently deployed to Ottery and Steenberg SAPS or police stations to quell violence in the Manenberg and Lavender Hill areas respectively. Just between the 16th and the 22nd of May this year, and through the efforts of law enforcement advanced LEAP officers, 176 perpetrators were arrested for a variety of offences. 2 were in the possession of illegal firearms, 4 in the possession of imitation firearms, 3 in possession of illegal ammunition, 91 for possession of drugs, 22 for the possession of dangerous weapons, and the balance for various other offences. The illegal firearms were confiscated in Delft, Gugulethu, and Kraaifontein. The safety plan further clearly states that this will be achieved by using an evidence-informed and data-led approach. Last week, we officially launched the Western Cape Government's safety dashboard, which will provide real-time data, not only to guide our deployments based on past incidents, but also to anticipate where new hotspots may appear so that we can deploy the necessary resources before they are lost. The safety dashboard, which will support the establishment of the Provincial Department of Health and Wellness, where Violence Prevention Unit is based on a data entered at 34 facilities in the Western Cape, and allows us to see patterns of admission into these emergency centres. Other examples of how this data is used: the LEAP members are deployed in 13 areas in the Cape Metropole, of which 10 areas, as I said, are the murder hotspots. The number of members deployed per area are allocated according to the number of homicide incidents in those areas. The reaction unit, which was established to assist areas where flare-ups happen, are also deployed based on that data and that evidence. The working hours of these officers are also deployed based on that evidence on a 24-hour shift basis, 7 days a week, and are deployed when we, through that evidence, work out that perhaps a Sunday night in Area 1 is better than a Saturday morning in Area 2, and so we will deploy accordingly. If I look at the department's monitoring and the trends in those priority stations, thus far, we are sitting with Bishop Lavis at a reduction of 51%, Khayelitsha a reduction of 3%, Mitchells Plain a reduction of 21.5%, Nyanga minus 45.2% as reduction, and of course, the really good news is that for many years, Nyanga was the crime capital, the murder capital of South Africa, and it has now gone way down on that list. So that really is exciting. Philippi at minus 25.6 and Philippi East at minus 40%. So I think with those statistics, it's quite evident, Honourable Member, that the answer is yes.
Thank you, Premier. Honourable Klerhoff, because you posed the question, you first, then Honourable Christians, and then Honourable Botha. Honourable Klerhoff and Honourable Khama, I see you there.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Premier for the response. Furthermore, Premier, to you, Deputy Speaker, what is the impact of the safety plan on the ever-increasing mass shootings that are taking place in the province? And why are the communities in informal settlements still complaining about the lack of the visibility by both the police and law enforcement personnel? We keep on hearing that more law enforcement personnel will be hired, but their visibility in the informal settlement is nowhere to be found. And lastly, Premier, the issue of the safety plan, as far as to the issue of the introduction of the Operation Tutula, that we all know that normally takes law into their own hands, that what would be the impact of diffusing such kind of impasses that communities find themselves at each other's throats as far as to the issues of safety is concerned? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honourable Klenko. Before the Premier answers, I know there was 2 questions, so the Premier can, 3, so the Premier can choose one. Okay, Premier, you can put it into one, but
I'll try and put all 3 of those questions into one, Deputy Speaker. So the
Klenko,
first
that
one
was very,
is mass shootings, and of course that really is a very concerning trend. And you know, especially in the last few weeks, I mean, communities across this province have felt the absolute pain. And I think in the last session of questions, I think it was also the question from the Honourable Kama, because of that, of what's happening. And so in actual fact, when you read the statistics, it doesn't really almost feel like it aligns to what's happening and experienced by the citizens. But in real terms, and the question was, is the safety plan still working? And my answer was yes, because we're seeing the reduction of murders. You will see in that quarter period when the minister puts out those stats tomorrow, you will see what the overall numbers were in the corresponding quarter just a year ago, and you will see at least a 30% and maybe even a 40% reduction in overall numbers. So absolutely, I mean, every single shooting and mass shooting is of massive concern to me. And that's why we put the safety plan in place in the first place, because the big problem is, which is the second part, the lack of policing. And still, we do not have sufficient deployment of police officers to deal with crime in this region. Imagine the numbers that I've just read for you. Imagine if this province was still run like the way the ANC used to run the province, where all I can give you is a history lesson on statistics from an oversight office. That's all I could do. Now we've got an intervention plan. The Honourable Dugmore was complaining about the 1.5 billion that's being spent on safety in this province over and above what was normally spent. I can't believe that member is complaining about that spend when our citizens are bleeding, dying and hurting every single day. The last part of that question is Operation Dudula. And of course, we noticed that there was a meeting here about 3 weeks ago. We had a lot of law enforcement and monitoring of that launch, so to speak. It was very, very tightly monitored. The interesting thing is that a lot of people that came to that event actually were bussed in from Gauteng. We monitored the bus the whole way through. But of course, I also am concerned because, you know, just as we've just seen now in the last few days, vigilante style sort of citizens getting involved in dealing with crime or any other area where there's absolute failure from the ANC is very, very concerning. So whether it's ANC failure in policing or ANC failure in home affairs management, you know, this is causing a lot of, I think, strain on society. And really, when they start to take the law into their own hands, that is very concerning.
Thank you very much. Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Deputy
Order.
Speaker. The Premier actually answered the last one because I was thinking about the mob justice that took place. Now you must, you know, you look at the safety plan and you know it's police's job, but now people are frustrated, you know, and so sadly when you read, and you know, you don't condone these things, but children are disappearing and now they said it's an innocent man and you feel so sorry for that. So somehow, you know, I know it's a police responsibility, but somehow you must adjust now the safety plan to address these concerns, because otherwise innocent people might be killed. And that is my question, you know, with all, because it didn't happen once, it happened now in a couple of places, Tafelsig, Parkwood, and all over, I think 3 places it happened now, where people take the law into their own hands. How can the safety plan address this? Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Honourable Christians. Premier.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the Honourable Christians. Absolutely, I think the community or citizens are, I think it's beyond frustration. I mean, they are actually angry. They are angry that they are so, I want to say, abused. I think last week I played that sound clip of that teacher and the effect that these gang shootings are having on our children, and how our children are growing up where they're running into these classrooms and ducking and hiding under school desks. Imagine the long-term negative impact on the formation of a child's brain when you actually are supposed to be at school learning. That sponge of a brain is, and now suddenly it's actually being destroyed. And so, yeah, the thing is, I would love to be able to have billions more to really deal with policing. That's why I keep on saying that I do believe that I think provinces should be able to get management of policing, and that national government should have the oversight. And if a province is failing, then take that responsibility away from the province, but give the management to the sort of lower, closer to the citizens. Because of course, crime in KZN is different to crime in the Western Cape, which is different to crime in, the Northwest. And they all need different nuances, different management styles. And so that's why I truly believe in it. And I think what this project in the safety plan is showing is that when you apply different mechanisms, different management principles, just with 1,000 officers, you can start to make a difference when you add them to the police and you get a force multiplier effect. And then your question is about, so what is it that we can do to, and our real lesson was, we can't say, let's deploy to these 10 hotspots, and then suddenly you find on the other side of town, there's a vigilante attack, and you just quickly draw people out, because you don't sustain over time the reduction. And that's why we put that reaction unit in place, specifically to do that. And I'm sure it won't be long until people are going to say that reaction unit's not big enough. But every time you want to expand it, it means more budget. I really am happy that the cities also come to the party and put some extra money in. But it's almost one of those things that I feel like, sure, we're putting all this in, but we need so much more. Quite frankly, with a shooting that's just happened over the last 2 weeks or 3 weeks in the city, one would have expected the national minister to say, guys, I want a full deployment. I want an extra 500 officers, deploy them down. Let's zap this thing. Nothing. I don't know what he's going to say tomorrow when he releases those statistics, but let's wait and see.
Thank you, Premier. Honourable Chief Whip Botha.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And the Premier has spoken to the failure of the ANC, and he has spoken to the residents. But I just want to ask Premier, in regard to speaking to the resident and speaking to this House, the limited policing resources availed by the national government, what is the impact on the safety of our residents in this province? If you could speak to that. Thanks, Premier.
Thank you, Premier.
Very much, Chief Whip. Thank you for that question. I mean, I think that's where it all starts. It all starts with allocation of resources to where the problem lies, and then, of course, management of those resources. And that is the failure. That is the failure from a national level, where the minister is just not getting his head around the right policies and the right management systems in place. And I say we in the province, because of course we're speaking about the Western Cape. But our 3,800 murders in the Western Cape last year, which is an unbelievable number to get your head around. But bigger number than that was how many murders in KZN, a bigger number than that in Gauteng. So it's not as if this is only happening in the Western Cape. What on earth is the police minister doing about murders in South Africa? Dololo, nothing. It's unbelievable. Total lack of commitment, of management, and of determination to make our citizens or help our citizens feel safe, which is what the Constitution said he should do. It's just absolutely not there. He actually should be fired.
Thank you, Premier. Honourable Kama, that's the final opportunity.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. It's once again a very sad day. Deputy Speaker, I think let me try to get to the other aspect, because I think the question was asking about the safety plan and whether it is working. And from the responses, I get a sense as if SAPS is now suddenly the cause of crime. Now, the question that I want to ask, because the Premier, in the safety plan, when it was announced, he talked about this integrated approach and that there needs to be also a process of addressing the causative factors of crime. Now, the question that I want to ask the Premier is that with the identified 10 precincts, I want now to understand from the inception of this safety plan till to date, what has assisted us to address in these different communities in terms of your causative factors? What is the government doing to change the economic profile of those areas so that by 2029, and now it's 2022, by 2029, we're able to halve the murder rate as it is envisaged by the safety plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to the Honourable Karma. I think, first of all, he says, I don't know where he gets that we're saying SAPS is the cause. SAPS is not the cause. The problem is because there's a lack of management at a SAPS level, and there is a lack of resources. We have dedicated policemen and women in this province, really dedicated, but they are not given the management and they are not given the resources. Just visit the police stations and deployment. You and I sat in my office 3 years ago. It's probably almost to the day 3 years ago. And I said, you please help me. All I want you to do is let's just get the deployment from Claremont to Nyanga. It is not. It is not. It is not happening. It is
1 minute, Premier, just take a seat. Exactly, I understand, Honourable Said. No, both of you to speak to the presiding officer.
Thank you very much to the Honourable Said for pointing that out to me. Through you, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the Honourable Karma, it is not happening. There is zero management from police, nothing, finished. But the Honourable Karma asked
Order, members, order, members.
But the Honourable Karma asked the question, so I will read the statistics again. What is happening in the areas, he says? Bishop Lavis, murder is down by 51%. Khayelitsha down by 3%. Mitchell's Plain down by 21.5%. Nyanga down by 45.2%. Philippi down by 25.6%. Philippi East down by 40%. These are the hotspot areas where the deployment happens so that the policemen and women in those police stations get the resources that they need, and the dashboard and data that runs behind it, which is made available because there's no management that comes from national government and the minister and a national-led SAPS in South Africa. So our system is now built for it. And, you know, we launched it last week, and the Honourable Karma might be very pleased to know that after we launched it through you, Madam Deputy Speaker, FOSAD, the Director Generals in South Africa have arranged that they want to come and meet with us in the province because they want to come and see what we are doing. I look forward to that meeting because, quite frankly, they would never see that run by Becky Cele at a national level. The ANC have dropped the ball when it comes to safety of the citizens in this country.
Thank you, Premier. That brings us to the end of question 1. We're now moving over to the question that stood over with the Honourable Minister Maynew.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I just wanted to confirm that I am audible.
You are perfectly audible, Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for putting the question. The response is yes. The department plans to offer 161 of our fee charging schools in quintile 4 and 5 the opportunity to become no-fee schools from the 1st of January 2023. I'm advised that the invitation to become a no-fee school must be presented to parents for consideration and approval. And of course, schools will in due course receive clear guidance on how indeed to manage the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Christians first and then Honourable Sayed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Yeah, Deputy Speaker, we just come out of a lockdown, people losing jobs. And now with today's topic, the impact of the fuel increases on the Western Cape. So the question is, money must never be the problem why children cannot attend school. So is this an ongoing thing where government, the WCED, will look at much needed schools where fee-paying schools become non-paying schools? But the big question is, I think it will be addressed in that where schools are also wrongly placed. They are in a poor area, but they are level 4 or level quintile 4, quintile 5. So I think, Minister, that will be addressed. Will that be addressed in allocating the fee paying to non-paying schools? Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you, Honourable Christians. Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, the Honourable Member is correct. Unfortunately, the quintile system, as we all know, divides schools according to poverty levels of the areas in which schools are located. But that, of course, is not necessarily an accurate reflection of the students in the school, and particularly where students travel from far away to attend school, or where there are new housing settlements which have been established. And of course, parents then of the students do not necessarily have the same income level as the schools surrounding the household. So the Honourable Member and I agree. We also agree, of course, that money must never be the problem. And it's precisely for that reason that the department has embarked and does now plan to offer 161 of our fee charging schools in quintile 4 and 5 the opportunity to become no-fee schools. And of course, that we hope will relieve the burden on households in the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Sayed, over to you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and let me also thank the Minister for the response. I think want to also welcome this initiative. And I think it's going to be important that we work together, and we're willing to say, given that the policy issue around the quintile skewedness is coming from the national level, let us collectively as a province and even as the official opposition work with the Minister to ensure that we can have reform of that particular system. I think it's very important. But my main question here is the Minister spoke about quintile 5 schools also being able to have no fee status. Just wanted to know from the Minister whether he's aware of the application made, and I think it's now for the past 5 years now, the application made by the Petunia Primary School in the Scottsville area to be a no-fee school. What will happen to those schools that have applied already? I know it's now being advertised, but will the schools that have applied already, will they be looked at first, or do the schools all have to be looked at the same time? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Sayed. Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think we agree that the quintile system is flawed, and I do think that we need to work together to review the system, and I would be interested in the Honourable Member's proposals and ideas in this regard. When it comes to the application by the Petunia High School, to which the Honourable Member refers, I'm not sufficiently familiar with the details of that matter, and I would welcome the Honourable Member either writing to me or indeed putting a written question on this matter so that I can provide him with a comprehensive response on that case. I do encourage any member who is concerned about a particular case, about the fee status of a particular case. I do remind the honourable members that schools are entitled to appeal their fee status at any time. It is, of course, a separate process, but schools are entitled to appeal their fee status, and that appeal, of course, must run through a separate process, but those appeals will be considered, of course, going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And I recognise Honourable Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I just want to ask the Minister, during the previous financial year, whether there has been any applications and how many, if there was, has the WCED received from schools to shift from quintiles within the system? Thanks.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. I do not have the data at hand. I am aware that schools can at any time appeal their fee status, so I do assume that there are such appeals in the system, but I do not have the data, and I would encourage the Honourable Member to put a written question to the department so that we can provide her with a comprehensive response. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I now recognise Honourable Bartman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I would like to welcome the increase of the 161 no-paying school status to some of quintile 4 and 5 coming, as some of these schools are surrounded by many poorer communities. I would like to ask the Minister why the department has seen a need to offer a no-fee status to some of our quintile 4 and 5 schools, and whether the Minister will thus commit to consulting the national government in order to review the currently very flawed national quintile system.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I can assure the Honourable Member that we will engage with the national government on a review of the national quintile system. But I think that things that we need to go beyond that. There's no doubt in my mind that what we need, of course, is a review, not just of how funds are distributed between public schools through the quintile system, but indeed the allocation of funds to education, which of course are determined in terms of the provincial equitable share formula and the education component, which is currently under review by the National Treasury. I certainly will be briefed in the coming weeks by the department on these two matters, and I look forward to further engagements with honourable members on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. That concludes question 1, which was standing over, and we now move over to new questions. I recognise the Honourable Minister Mayor.
Honourable Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, for the question from Honourable Member van the West Station. I did communicate to him that this is a very long question. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would ask your permission, since it's a very long question, if I could table my response in writing to the House, and I have the concurrence with the Honourable Member Andricus.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Honourable van der Westhuizen.
Dankie, agbare adjunct speaker. Ek sou graag dan van die minister wil weet, hoe belangrik ag hy hoendervleis as 'n deel van die dieet van Suid-Afrikaners, en hoe belangrik is dit dat hoendervleis teen bekostigbare en hopelik die laagste pryse moontlik aan die publiek beskikbaar gestel sal word?
Over to you, Minister.
Baie dankie agbare spreker en ook dankie vir hierdie opvolgvraag van agbare Andrikus. Ek dink dis 'n baie belangrike vraag want ons weet dat hoendervleis is 'n baie belangrike deel van die voedselmandjies van baie inwoners hier in Suid-Afrika en in lyn met die vroeë debat wat ons gesien het. Dit is belangrik dat ons ook kyk na die voedselmandjie en ook kospryse en ook as ons kyk na die 4 belangrikste tipe vleisprodukte sien ons dat hoendervleis is van die goedkoopste van die onderskeie produkte, maar ondanks die feit dat dit die goedkoopste is, het dit slegs omtrent so met 1% toegeneem. En agbare spreker, die bron van hoender het ook 'n baie belangrike bron van proteïene en ons hier in die Wes-Kaapse departement monitor ook beide die vraag en aanbod van hoender en pluimvee oor die algemeen, maar ons monitor ook die hele kwessie van die impak van die pryse op pluimvee ook op die verbruiker. Dit word ook daagliks gemonitor hier in die Wes-Kaap.
Thank you, Minister. And I recognise Honourable Moran.
Speaker, Deputy Speaker, thanks very much. And I fully agree, Speaker, that the concerns are genuine when it comes to the removal of import tariffs. Because it gives an advantage to those who are importing. But Speaker, what I want to understand, despite the fact that there's genuine concerns, what will be the benefits for consumers, especially the poor, in the light of rising food prices and also the cost of living, but also the fact that this government is proposing that the already poor workers should only receive the minimum wage of 1,900, which is equal to the old age pension grant. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister.
Agbare spreker, ons het voorheen hierdie vraag gehoor, ook in die debat van agbare die leier van die amptelike oppositie, Cameron Duckmore, maar ek interpreteer hierdie as 'n nuwe vraag en ek dink dit kan formeel aan my gestel word en ek sal dit volledig beantwoord.
Baie dankie, Minister. Nee, julle. We're now moving into Honourable Bosman. Honourable Bosman.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker,
members. Yes.
Through you, if the Minister can tell us whether the companies importing poultry have made any commitment or put any substantial programs in place to support the local economy if the profits that they've made have been ploughed into any projects that support the development of the poultry industry in this province. If you could tell us whether any of that, those partnerships have taken place in the Western Cape.
Thank you very much to the Honourable Member for that question. The answer is yes. There are some continuous discussions with the poultry industry because we know that there was a huge debate around the import tax. Hello?
My apologies for interruption. There's a point of order from Honourable Sayed.
On the point of order, Honourable Deputy Speaker, that's a new question. It's not a linked question, it's a new question. So the MEC decides which one is a new question and which one is an actual question.
I'm going to leave. Thank you very much, Honourable Sayed. I will leave that to the Honourable Minister to decide.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Order members.
To the Honourable Member Said, I think this matter is related. But if he wants me to deal with this substantively as a new question, I'm happy to do so. So let us make that ruling.
Thank you very much. That's fine. Thank you very much. I now move over to Honourable van der Westhuizen.
Dankie, young speaker. Agbare minister, ons weet dat daar bepaalde sektore van die pluimveebedryf is. Can I continue?
You may proceed. Sorry, Honourable Member.
Thank you. Ons weet dat daar bepaalde sektore binne die pluimveebedryf is wat onder groot druk verkeer. En een van hulle is die volstruisbedryf. Wat doen u en u departement om daardie deel van die pluimveebedryf te ondersteun? Baie dankie.
Minister.
Baie dankie agbare Jinkspeaker asook aan die voorsitter Andrikus van der Westhuizen. Wel, vir die afgelope 10 jaar het ons voortdurend gesien dat daar verskillende uitdagings is, veral vir die volstruisbedryf. Ek kan selfs herinner in my vorige termyn ook as die Weskaapse minister van Landbou, ook in die tydperk van oom Gerard van Rensburg het ons voortdurend hier in die Weskaap gekyk na navorsing, ander moontlikhede vir die volstruisbedryf. Ons het ook selfs 'n alternative crop fund gestig, maar meer kontemporêr agbare Jinkspeaker het ons met die goedkeuring van die premier ook spesifiek gekyk hoe kan ons die volstruisbedryf en die volstruisboere en produsente help. En die premier het dit goed gedink nadat ek gesprek gevoer het met die voorsitter van die volstruisbedryf daar in Oudtshoorn, het die premier dit goed gedink om ook 'n bietjie hulp te verleen aan die volstruisbedryf deur goedkeuring te gee dat ons 'n volstruisvleisproedag reël by Lewenhof met verskillende diplomate sodat ons ook die uitvoerbedryf kan ondersteun. Daar is ook 2 ander spesifieke projekte waarmee ons tans besig is, onder meer die navorsing vanaf die hele kwessie rondom die eierbedryf van die volstruise en 1 projek is reeds voltooi wat ook 'n sogenaamde spreadsheet database ontwikkel het vir die abattoirs, die slagpale, met ander woorde vanaf die plaas tot en by die slagpale sodat daar die hele vervoerketting en die bedryf baie meer doeltreffend funksioneer en ek is baie trots op Dr. Engelbrecht van ons enigste Weskaapse volstruisnavorsingsplaas in die wêreld wat daardie stelsel vir ons ontwikkel het en in samewerking met die volstruisbedryf. Dit is my oogmerk, dit is my beplanning om meer volstruisprodukte uit te voer in die wêreld, maar ons weet ook in daardie omgewing is daar ook erge droogtes en daarom werk ons ook nou saam met die onderskeie waterrade en my kollega die minister van plaaslike regering en omgewingsake is ook intens besig om te kyk na die hele kwessie van watersekuriteit in daardie spesifieke streek.
Baie dankie, Minister. That brings us to the end of question 3. Ons volg nou aan na vraag 4, question 4. I now recognize Minister Wenger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In response to the question from Honourable Bosman, Part A, Statistics South Africa has advised the Western Cape government that 81% of the province's population has been counted as at 31 May 2022. Part B of the question, we must ensure an accurate count so that we receive our fair share of the budget amid a growing population and a constrained fiscal environment. If we do not achieve an accurate count, we risk placing our ability to deliver key services, particularly in education and healthcare, at risk. This is because provinces receive most of their funding from national transfers, with the provincial equitable share of 58 billion rand, accounting for approximately 74% of the province's available expenditure envelope. The provincial equitable share consists of 6 components that account for the relative demand of services and take into consideration the change of demographics in each of the provinces. More than 63% of the formula is linked to population numbers, that being 24% through the education subcomponent, 20.25% through the health subcomponent, 16% through the basic subcomponent, and 3% through the poverty component, with the remainder either being distributed equally across the 9 provinces based on official demand level data and economic activity. Further refinements of the population data linked to the poverty and health subcomponents need to be adjusted for, considering the proportion of poor residents in each province, as well as medical aid coverage. Accounting for these factors reduces the share of the provincial equitable share formula directly linked to population numbers to approximately 55%. This percentage amounts to about 26.27 billion rand. However, the actual impact on allocations will be a function of the relative differences between provinces and any post-enumeration statistical adjustments, and are thus quite difficult to accurately estimate at this particular stage. In addition, the province would be impacted through funding received from conditional grants, dependent on the extent to which they are directly linked to population estimates. While the impact will not be felt in the short term, it will have a lasting impact on the province's budget. This is due to census results only being available 2 years from the actual census, as there are further processes to conclude, and thus not impacting on the first 2 years of the 2023 MTEF. Additionally, large amounts to the provincial equitable share formula are typically phased in over a 3-year period, in line with the principles adopted by the Technical Committee on Finance and Budget Council. And finally, it will in response to Roman numeral 2, it would compromise the province's ability to deliver quality services, and specifically education and health, which comprise 48% and 27% of the provincial equitable share formula. In addition, there could be impact on municipal service delivery, as the same census data is used to calculate local government equitable share and some conditional grants to municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Bosman.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, if the Minister can perhaps expand on what are some of the activities that the Western Cape government has done to encourage participation in the census count, specifically in light of some of the failures by Stats SA.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Bosman, for that follow-up. The Western Cape government identified the risk early on and has taken proactive steps to encourage residents to get counted. These steps included numerous press statements by Premier Alan Winde, as well as media campaigns on social media and radio. I'm sure the honourable members of this House have heard the Premier on the radio encouraging residents to get counted and informing residents of the possible consequences on service delivery for not being counted, and what that will have on the Western Cape share of the provincial equitable share. I'm convinced that the efforts by the Western Cape government have had an impact, and we have seen a significant uptick and a participation in the census and completion rates, which will hopefully mitigate any risks of the Western Cape losing out in terms of the provincial equitable share.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Moran.
Speaker. Deputy Speaker, thanks very much. Speaker, I can recall at 70%, a lot of noise were made about the 30% that were not counted. I'd like to understand from the Minister at that stage, do we have the numbers in terms of the different races, you're black, you're colored, you're Indian, whites? Do we have numbers of those who were not counted? And was it the case where more blacks and coloreds that were not counted when we were standing at 70%?
Thank you, Minister. Minister Wenger.
Thank you very much, Honourable Moran. As far as I'm aware, the Western Cape government conducted its campaign to help Western Cape residents to participate in the census when the numbers were standing at around 49%. As far as I'm aware, the breakdown that we receive from Stats SA is by region and not by population demographics.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members? I don't see any further hands to this question. If not, thank you very much, Minister. We now move over to question 4. I recognise the Minister Wenger.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In response to Honourable Bosman's questions on the procurement disclosure reports, I'd firstly like to acknowledge Minister David Maynier for the excellent work in establishing this monthly, quarterly and annual publication of the procurement disclosure report, or the PDR, which has become the gold standard of transparency in South Africa. The intended purpose of the PDR is to increase transparency and to allow for scrutiny. And if through this PDR errors are discovered, then we know it is doing its job. The reports have played a significant role in strengthening transparency and public oversight over the Western Cape government spend in respect of disaster-related procurement. The reports also create an opportunity for departments to implement mechanisms to make improvements to the quality and credibility of data and information in respect of COVID-19 procurement expenditure. In response to sub-question 2, while this initiative initially focused on information in respect of the procurement of personal protective equipment, PPE, by provincial departments, the scope of the report was expanded to include all disaster-related procurement, And this approach by the Western Cape Provincial Treasury was subsequently adopted nationally by the National Treasury. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Osman, a follow-up question?
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and congratulations to both the ministers. I saw today that the latest procurement report has dropped. Can the minister perhaps tell us what Provincial Treasury is doing to assist businesses who wish to become provincial suppliers and to ensure that they become compliant suppliers?
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Bosman. I'm very proud to announce today that the Provincial Treasury is continuing to innovate and launched its new web-enabled dashboard today. This is a user-friendly dashboard that allows users to filter information they wish to access and can interrogate further. The new dashboard, and one of the additions to the dashboard is that it has access to all departmental procurement plans for 22-23 with roughly 4,000 tenders in the current financial year. So what it does is it helps suppliers to access and plan for future tender opportunities and make it easier for businesses, and most especially small businesses, to find opportunities and prepare to participate in the procurement process. The dashboard will also enhance competition and the likelihood of SMME participation, because small businesses can now see all opportunities across departments for a particular commodity or service over the entire year. This is another example that shows our commitment to supporting small businesses and enabling economic growth and job creation. I also just wanted to add that as part of our red tape reduction efforts, any small businesses who are interested in becoming Western Cape government suppliers would need to know that we've opened a procurement client centre, which is based in Century City. The procurement client centre offers a range of services to improve the ease of doing business with government. For example, they provide procurement support assistance, not only to suppliers, but also provincial departments, entities, municipalities, through an integrated help desk. And the help desk aids in guiding suppliers through the tender process and assisting suppliers with registration on the National Treasury's Central Supplier Database and the Western Cape Supplier Evidence Bank. We're very proud of this procurement centre, which is spearheaded by the Provincial Treasury, and it is an example of creating innovative ways in which we can deliver services in the province. I went to visit this impressive centre this week, and in the last financial year, the e-procurement client centre assisted 5,700 suppliers with registration on the WCSEB. It assisted with 1,244 e-procurement queries, as well as 1,221 CSD registrations, and it assisted more than 3,500 walk-in clients at the centre in Century City. So it just shows how hard the procurement centre is working to ensure that suppliers are assisted and registered and have the opportunity to do business with the Western Cape government, thereby fulfilling a key role in enabling job growth, jobs and economic growth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any further hands for that question. Honourable Bosman, is that an old hand? I see
No, Deputy Speaker, I've got very young hands.
You may proceed if that's a further-up question, a follow-up question, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much. Deputy Speaker, I'm hoping the Minister is able to answer, but if not, if the Minister can respond in writing and perhaps enlighten the House around the percentage of SMMEs that are benefiting from the public disclosure reports as well. So on these reports, is there a larger percentage of small and medium sized enterprises that are benefiting from the transactions on these reports?
Thank you, Minister. Minister Wenger, are you there? We might have an IT problem. I seem to have an IT problem myself. I can't see the little yellow hands. Minister Wenger? Honourable Bartman, I see your hand is up.
Yes, Deputy Speaker, the Minister just messaged me to let me know that she just froze on the laptop with the technology online. Perhaps if we can maybe give it a minute or two just so that the technology can unfreeze. Thank you.
Sure, I will do so. Maybe if IT can call her in at the same time, that will help. Just give her a minute. I see I have a some kind of problem myself. Minister Weng, are you online? If IT can just call in the minister, please, to answer the final part of the question. If not, unfortunately, I am going to move on because this is a recorded and streamed event or sitting, let's put it that way. So last 10 seconds, Minister? No. Honourable members, I'm going to move on to the next question. We have got some time.
Speaker, but I unfortunately didn't hear the question.
No problem, Minister. No problem. We can just repose that question, please. Honourable Bosman. Honourable Bosman, do you want to repose your question to the Minister? Okay, Honourable Wenger, I apologize. I'm going to conclude with that question. Sorry about that. We're going to move over to question 5. I now recognise the Honourable Minister Manier. Minister of Education, if anybody gets the
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Again, can I confirm that I'm audible?
You are audible, Minister.
Thank you. I seem to be having a better afternoon than my honourable successor, the Honourable Murray Wenger. Deputy Speaker, thank you, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. The Honourable Member puts a question on what steps the department will take to eradicate racism in the Western Cape schools. I'd like to begin, Honourable Member, by being very clear and by giving Honourable Members the assurance that I will not tolerate racism in our schools. And we as a department condemn any form of racism or prejudice. And of course, we must embrace diversity. Of course, students and teachers are encouraged to report racism or discrimination of any kind to the department if they feel that this has not been addressed appropriately by their school's management team. We will, of course, intervene where necessary, and we will continually address these matters. Students, of course, can also contact the toll-free Safe Schools hotline, which I'm sure honourable members are aware can be contacted on 0800 454647 to report such incidents. And the department, of course, will take the necessary action, and we will actively engage with schools to ensure that they embrace diversity within school communities, and we work with non-government and specialist organizations to support schools in this regard. Of course, the approach to dealing with these matters is governed by national legislation. So in terms of Section 8 of the South African Schools Act, a governing body of a public school must, as many honourable members will be aware, adopt a code of conduct for students after consultation with the school's students, parents, and of course teachers. And that code of conduct must be aimed at establishing a disciplined and purposeful school environment dedicated to the improvement and maintenance of the quality of learning process. Then in terms of Section 9, a governing body of a school, of course, conducts disciplinary hearings against students and should give a sanction that is guided by the school's code of conduct. And of course, that sanction could include anything from suspension, recommendations for expulsion, or indeed some form of restorative justice. But unlike students, where teachers are concerned, only a guilty finding can only be provided by a presiding officer in terms of Section 18 of the Employment of Educators Act, and of course Resolution 1 of 2003 for public servants. And of course the mitigating and aggravating, I beg your pardon, circumstances will have to be considered and will determine the type of sanction that will be issued, which could include a range of measures depending on the circumstances of the case, a range of measures from counselling, of course, to dismissal. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honourable Makamba Botcha and then Honourable Sayed.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thanks to the Minister. I just want to find out from the Minister, through you, Deputy Speaker, if it is a policy of the Western Cape Department of Education not to reveal, or in other words, to keep secret on punishment or sanctions imposed on perpetrators of racism. And if so, Deputy Speaker, how will that assist the department in discouraging racism and setting an example on how it deals with perpetrators of racism? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Minister.
I want to be clear again that, the department takes allegations of this nature seriously. I've been clear that I will not tolerate racism in our schools. When it comes to the disclosure of sanctions, I'm not aware of the current departmental policy, but I would encourage the member, if she is concerned about a particular case, then if she could furnish me with those details so that I again can provide her with a comprehensive response. I think it's best to deal with these matters, obviously, first according to the law, which, as I have outlined, is established in terms of national legislation. But if the member is concerned about a particular case and a particular set of sanctions, I would invite her to provide me with the particulars so that I could provide her with a comprehensive response.
Thank you very much, Minister. I'm going to allow Honourable Sayed. There's about a few minutes left, and hopefully Honourable Minister Mania will be able to finish in time. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and let me thank the Member Botia for the question, because as these issues go unresolved and sanctions are not made known, it contributes to what we saw at Stellenbosch, for example, a few weeks ago. It's racism. But I want to ask the Minister, and I want to thank him for the transparency. This is a fresh approach, which we didn't see previously. So I want to thank him for the transparency and the commitment. But just to ask, does the Minister have an idea as to how many punishments or sanctions were meted out to learners and to educators in the current administration for racism? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Mayor. Over to you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. I am aware that over the past half term there have been allegations in the public domain, but I do not have the data that the Honourable Member requires immediately at hand, and of course that data is a breakdown of incidents of racism and sanctions in relation to learners and teachers. And again, I would invite the Honourable Member to put a written parliamentary question, and I will again furnishing him with a comprehensive reply.
Thank you very much, Minister Manier, for keeping that short and sweet. That brings us to Honourable 1 minute. I just recognise Honourable Doug Moore. Have you got a point of order?
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and once again, congratulations to MEC Maney, which for what I think is a promotion in terms of the importance of this particular portfolio. But I would like to ask him whether
Honourable Doug Moore, there's no more, unfortunately.
I thought you said there was one more.
No.
The time is up.
Yes, my apologies.
Okay.
I thought you were raising a point of order.
No, sorry. I thought
My apologies, Honourable Doug Moore, for not being clear. That does bring us to the end of questions for oral reply. Outstanding replies will be printed in the Hansard. Honourable members, we now move over in terms of Rule 145 to statements. I now recognise, and remember you have 2 minutes per statement. I recognise the DA. 2 minutes.
Deputy Speaker, on Wednesday, Ms. Christina Nomdu celebrated 2 years as the Western Cape Children's Commissioner. At the time of Ms. Nomdu's appointment, we would never have been able to determine just how devastating the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic would be on our children. Over the past 2 years, the pandemic both exposed and exacerbated the social ills affecting our children. Societal challenges such as poverty and hunger, mental health problems, drug abuse, and gender-based violence came under the microscope at the same time as schooling became severely interrupted. These challenges highlighted the work that still needs to be done to keep our children safe, but also reinforce the work being done by the Office of the Children's Commissioner. The Children's Commissioner played a critical role as a watchdog to amplify the interests of children in the province by putting pressure on the government to keep the needs of children, hosting regular child rights workshops, providing a platform for children to express their mental health experiences, and creating awareness regarding the safety and security of children. We urge the provincial governments across the country to follow the Western Cape's example to establish Children's Commissioner offices to prioritize and champion the rights and voices of children across South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much to the Chief Whip. I now recognise the ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week, the ANC noted and condemned the internal divisions in the Democratic Alliance in the Western Cape and how they are impacting on both governance, service delivery, and the legislature. We express serious concerns of the lack of understanding by the Honourable Premier in regard to his role in the executive about the separation of powers. As we mentioned last week, the ANC was shocked that the Honourable Premier could actually have the temerity to ask the Speaker of this House to resign. Why did he not ask the Deputy Speaker to resign? The ANC remains consistent that it will not defend any faction within the DA, whether it's Madikizela's faction or Honourable Ngasela's faction, but it will insist that the principles of democratic governance are safeguarded and protected from these DA shenanigans. It has also come to the ANC's attention that a DA caucus was held last weekend at Leeuwenhof. Leeuwenhof is a provincial asset belonging to all the people, and yet we would think that the DA would respect and observe the principles of separation of powers. Imagine if the president of the country called an ANC caucus at Genandal, and just yesterday, Deputy Speaker, the DA mayor in Hesselgo had a DA press conference in the council chamber. It's no wonder where they get their ideas from. The DA would be the first to object to this. But we also need to talk about our concerns about the foreign funders of the DA, because it's clear that it comes as no surprise because the ANC knew that the DA's stand and view on Ukraine was a sponsored one. Given the DA's declaration on its foreign funders, it now puts into perspective why the Speaker of this House unilaterally decided to light up this building with the colors of the Ukrainian flag. We have yet to hear from the Speaker who sponsored the exercise. The DA does not understand constitutional competencies. They do not appreciate separation of party and state. What we have, Deputy Speaker, is a divided House, a factional House, a racist way in terms of how they've dealt with former MEC Madikizela, and now Speaker Ngasela, so who might be part of factions, but in fact, because they are black, they are also victims of double standards. The Premier is the weakest Premier ever. He is all show, but he's not able to keep his party together in this House, and we all know a divided House will fall.
Thank you very much. I now recognise the EFF.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The EFF would like to take this opportunity to condemn the unbecoming conduct of a particular member of Democratic Alliance with regards to how he conducted himself whilst chairing the sitting of the Parliament on Thursday, 26th May 2022. The member in question had no right, either in law or elsewhere, to unconstitutionally decide that he has had enough of the statement from the EFF and to decide to cut it in short without providing any rule that empowers him to do so. Deputy Speaker, the EFF was voted by the masses to be in the legislature, and it is hereby right and not by an invitation by the Democratic Alliance or its members. Those who have aspirations to occupy the Speaker's seat in the future must acclimatize themselves with the rules of this House and understand them. Where they lack understanding, they should ask those with knowledge and be assisted to do that. The factional battles that might exist within the Democratic Alliance are not the problem of the EFF or the opposition parties so far, as they do not bring the House into disrepute. Now, when members are given an opportunity to preside over in a position of Speaker, they must not abuse that power of formulating rules which do not exist just because they do not like what the opposition says about the particular subject or matter. This unbecoming conduct, Deputy Speaker, is very disturbing. If there is a certain manner in which Black women within the DA are treated by their white male counterparts and it's accepted, then it should stop there within the DA and must not be imposed on members of the opposition. Members must learn to exercise self-restraint because the opposition is not here to nurse the feelings and egos of certain members that from the opposition benches. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, just be aware that while you can put statements out like that, you could be infringing on rules. I'll just reflect on Hansard in terms of the content, but we will move on. Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Over to the DA. Honourable Sayed, what's your point of order?
Chair, on a point of order, Chair, the honourable member, as far as I gathered, didn't mention any member by name in the particular statement. Thank you.
Yes, that's why I'm cautiously saying so, and I'm sure it should be fine. I just am cautious on that, and I will reflect on Hansard. Thank you very much. Over to the DA.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, infrastructure theft and vandalism has become one of the biggest threats in South Africa's economic development. It has become all too common to see trains out of service because critical cables were stolen. These are the trains that are supposed to keep our people and our goods, and there's our economy moving. Similarly, everyone has had to go through extra blackouts when some transformer or overhead cable from Eskom has been stolen in their neighborhood. And I say extra because I'm not talking about load shedding, which is now expected from a chaotic Eskom. The ANC has for years taken no action, with this becoming a 7 billion rand direct loss for various state-owned enterprises per year. The knockoff effect of the problems caused by vandalism and theft on economy as a whole is estimated to be much larger than 187 billion per year. So while the ANC refuses to act, the DA has established an infrastructure task team to combat infrastructure theft and vandalism. The task team will push for copper theft to be a priority crime for SAPS, creating a specialized unit within SAPS, cooperation with metal recyclers to help track illicit trade, establish a reward hotline, and deploying extra security to protect hotspots. We simply cannot sit back, look at a 45% national unemployment rate, and think the loss of 187 billion in economic outputs is acceptable. The DA take jobs seriously, and this criminal activity is killing job creation. I urge my ANC colleagues in the House, Honorable, through you, Chair, Honorable Member Leger, to ask their national counterparts to implement the DA's proposals to save our infrastructure and our country. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Member. I now recognise Good. Okay, I move over to the ACDP.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. After months of enforcing COVID-19 vaccinations mandates in the workplace, some companies are now starting to relax its requirements for employees. Companies imposed mandatory vaccinations last year. Employees who did not want to be vaccinated had to produce a negative antigen COVID test. As the ACDP, I want to congratulate Woolworths and Dis-Chem, who will no longer demand employees to be vaccinated. The ACDP calls on companies and institutions to follow the example of Woolworths and Dis-Chem by ending mandatory vaccination. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Now recognise the ANC.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Am I audible?
You are, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. In this National Child Protection Week, the ANC wishes to commend those non-governmental organizations such as Molo Songololo and Equal Education who advance the plight of our children. However, we also take this opportunity to commend the work of the Children's Commissioner for the work that she has been doing in advancing the protection and interest of the children of our province. We commend Commissioner Nomdu on her government monitors, which enable her to hear directly from children their concerns and lived realities. The direct involvement of children in the running of the office, according to the Commission, is a first for South Africa. The Commissioner also traveled to different parts of the province where she met and engaged directly with children. In the first year of the existence of her office, she has facilitated community-based child rights workshop in Matsikama, Back River, and Hesikwa. Amidst COVID-19, she was also able to work with key child rights champions in selected municipalities and traveled over 7 days to conduct 9 workshops with communities. The workshop of the Children's Commissioner is invaluable, especially for weeks such as Protection Week. We must look in her direction as to how we are to protect our children. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Now recognise the DA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Fellow South Africans, the new Western Cape Strengthened Mathematics Strategy 2022 to 2027 follows on the success of the 2015 to 2019 Mathematics Strategy. The Western Cape Mind for Mathematics focus increased mathematics pass rates for grade 3 from 47.2% in 2011 to 58.1% in 2019. For grade 6 from 23.4% in 2011 to 44.4% in 2019. And for grade 9 from 10.4% in 2011 to 22.7% in 2019. When the COVID-19 global pandemic hit, we then saw a decline in these grades with a negative 14% change in grade 3, negative 7% change in grade 6, and a negative 1% in grade 9. On a high school level, we have seen an increase in mathematics grade 12 subject pass rate from 70.8% in 2020 to 72.5% in 2021, and an increase in technical mathematics from 24.5% in 2020 to 61.6% in 2021. Unfortunately, during this time, mathematics literacy declined from 82.9% in 2020 to 79% in 2021. Recently, while on oversight in Athlone, we witnessed computer rooms and libraries empty, manned by teachers, so that these items of value are not stolen. Some of our schools, Deputy Speaker, are well equipped with resources, computers, projectors, printers, books, desks, and chairs. But there are no long lines of learners waiting to use them. In fact, we saw an opposite problem. when inquiring with these schools why this was the case, they also indicated that they simply do not have the manpower or finances to ensure the computer labs and libraries are manned. They don't have someone to teach IT or computer skills, and they don't have librarians. I would thus like to request from the Minister of Education, Minister Mania, to investigate the possible teamwork with school governing bodies, year beyond and mod programs and units to determine whether we can ensure that every computer lab and every learner, every library in the Western Cape is manned so that we can increase access to mathematics subjects as well as the pass rate. Further, find people to man these classrooms, as well as ensure that we have a whole of society approach in this regard. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the Freedom Front Plus.
Deputy Speaker, a dark cloud of suspicion, reports of mismanagement of funds, fruitless and irregular spending, and even spying by faceless informants hangs over this Parliament's Speaker. We are experiencing, it seems, a huge cover-up, corridor whispering, and party interference in state affairs. In fact, our own mini Zuma Gate is unraveling right in front of our very eyes. Premier Windy owes this House an explanation. The Speaker and his deputy did not stand accused of spending DA money, but that money of this legislature. Why then run to the DA's Federal Council and cry on their shoulders? The Speaker should convene the conduct, or the Premier rather should convene the conduct committee of this House and trust us by sharing the evidence he holds against the Speaker and Deputy Speaker. Why the long delay in referring this to the committee? If anyone flouted any article of the Public Financial Management Act of 1996, then it becomes government business, of which the Director of Finance should give an account to this House. I appeal therefore to the Premier to convene the Conduct Committee with all due haste in the interest of this House and in the interest of good governance and transparency, to investigate, listen to evidence available regarding the Speaker and his deputy, and that the Premier should trust this House.
Thank you, Honourable
and
Member.
not the DA's Federal Council Chairman.
Thank you very much. Honourable Member, again, I'd also just, I will take advice in terms of Rule 62.1, but for now, it's absolutely fine. We'll refer to Hansard. Thank you very much. Thank you. I now recognise Al-Jamal.
I'm not sure what I heard now, Deputy.
So Rule 62.1 is very clear about reflecting on the honour and competence of any holder of office whose removal from such office is dependent on the decision of the House. So we'll just reflect on that and we will come back to you. Thank you very much. We now move over to Al-Jamal.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Over to you.
We, Al-Jamal Party, wish every African citizen and resident a happy Africa Day month, a significant day or month that should be viewed memorable. While the party and everyone acknowledge Africa Day by celebrating our distinctive but different identities, our exceptional but diverse cultures, our distinct but extraordinary ethnic groupings, and our unique but related religious traditions, we underline stressing that we should treat one another as we would ourselves. Let us not follow what has been described as Western values, ones that undermine our universal religious cultural values that are embedded in our recognized oral and acknowledged written traditions. Embracing value systems, cultures, and traditions that are foreign to Africa comes at a huge cost to Africa and its people. Let us be committed to the war cry which resonated throughout Africa during the anti-colonial struggle, which is land, self-determination, and the concept of Ubuntu. Africa has enough wealth, both spiritually and materially, and therefore rejects the begging bowl mentality, which have characterized this great continent since colonialism and the anti-colonial struggle, where resources were plundered by not only the colonizers, but also some power-hungry native rulers. The issues of food insecurity are man-made. Poverty is intentionally created on the African continent. We have enough land and indigenous processes of farming, but all these have been destroyed. We know that colonialism and neo-colonialism not only destroyed the resources, but also poisoned the soil and seed so that colonizers can become the owners of how the indigenous people of Africa produce food.
Thank you, member. Your time is up.
Oh, thank you very much.
Interruption. I now recognize the DA.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, today's debate on the cost of living emphasised that food security remains a vital issue. I wish to highlight one of the best tools we have to protect the security of our food supply: livestock vaccines. Onderstepoort Biological Products has long been a revered animal diagnostic centre and has produced animal vaccines, some of which have been exported worldwide. However, like so many other state-owned enterprises, Onderstepoort has suffered from looting and maladministration, which has resulted in shortages of critical vaccines, with the result being that animal mortality costs our farmers millions and badly compromises our food production. Facilities have deteriorated and there are shortages of critical chemical components. Speaker, it will come as no surprise what has caused this. Almost R1 billion was made available to Onderstepoort to modernise facilities. Half of this money cannot be accounted for, and the modernisation has not taken place. It seems that Onderstepoort has gone the way of Eskom and so many of our other state-owned enterprises, looted beyond comprehension. As usual, the Western Cape has taken proactive measures to counteract the missteps of those at the national level. We have implemented measures to prevent the spread of diseases such as foot and mouth disease, and have provided training and controlling diseases from internationally renowned experts in the field. We have also sourced alternative reagents for testing and are modernizing our own veterinary facilities to the international ISO 17025 standard. All of these measures go above and beyond the provincial government's mandate and would have been unnecessary if national government played its part. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. That brings us to the end of statements. In Rule 145(6), I now give one of the more members of the Executive an opportunity to respond to members' statements for not more than 5 minutes collectively. Are there any members of the Executive who would like to respond? The table staff can just help me. My hand feature is not working on my computer. No? No. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That is the end of members' statements. Honourable members, we now move over to notices of motion in terms of Rule 151. So in terms of Rule 151, all notices of motion by members are required to be delivered to the Secretary for placing on the order paper. These motions have been submitted and published on the order paper below the line. Motions without notice in terms of Rule 150. We will now inform you that in terms of the standing rule pertaining to motions without notice, condolence and congratulatory were submitted to the Programming Authority prior to this plenary on the 31st of May 2022. We are reminding our members that motions without notice pertaining to this will not be allowed in the sitting that have not been processed by the Programming Authority. Please, members, I do have a copy here, so I'm very aware of which motions have been submitted. I will therefore, just for noting and for the purpose of the minutes, call out the honourable members whose names have accordingly been submitted and approved. The following member motions have been approved by the Programming Authority as follows. Honourable Mackenzie, Honourable Mackenzie, Honourable America, Honourable Lacker, and Honourable Sayed. I now put the motions duly submitted and approved by the Programming Authority to the House. Are there any objections? No objections? Agreed to. The motions will appear in the minutes of the proceedings and in Hansard in each individual member's names, as if that member had read them out aloud. Members, I'll now afford the opportunity to move motions without notice in terms of the standing rule of 152D. This could also include motions without notice that were not approved in the Programming Authority meeting. And just to be reminded that it's 30 minutes per standing rule. I now recognize I'm going to follow I'm going to follow my sheet, honourable members. It's much easier. I recognize Honourable Kleho. Honourable Kleho, are you there? We'll move over to Honourable America.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move without notice that the House recognises the efficient and effective budgetary processes in various municipalities in the province over the past weeks, that the House welcomed the passing of budgets in the city of Cape Town, Stellenbosch, Issaquah, Swellendam, Breda Valley, Mossel Bay, and the West Coast District municipalities, and notes that by passing these budgets, these municipalities can continue to deliver excellent services to residents and once again set the Western Cape above the rest in terms of local government excellence and service delivery. I so move.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There is an objection. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I recognise Honourable Kleho. Are you there? Your second motion.
Yes, thanks, Deputy Speaker. Sorry, man. I tried to unmute here, but I couldn't hear me the first time.
All right. Let's begin with with one of yours, and then we'll continue with the other.
All right. Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I move without notice that the House knows that from the 29th May to the 5th June 2022 marks the National Child Protection Week. Furthermore, note that this is an important period and a reminder to all of us about the vulnerability of children in this country. In recent times, our children have been subjected to physical and emotional abuse, kidnapping, and all other sorts of violences directed at all of them. This time calls for all of us to do everything in our power to protect these children with every second that passes. We must also reach out to those who are homeless and make sure that they have shelter, food, and that they attend school and have all the necessary resources that will see them succeed. I so move, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Member. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections? Agreed to. Honourable Kleho, if you can move over to your next one.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I move without notice to call on the Western Cape Department of Health to move with speed in renovating and fixing parts of the Vredendal Hospital which burned down in the early hours of Sunday morning. This incident takes place at a crucial time as we entering the winter season and during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, where most people will seek medical attention with increasing numbers. We further hope that this incident will not have a huge negative impact when it comes to service delivery to the already struggling health system. I so move, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections? Agreed to. Honourable Makama Botia.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters, I move without notice that the House condemns the recent increases of gender-based violence and homophobia in institutions of higher learning. This comes after 11 students were removed from one of the UCT residences as a result of allegations pertaining to gender-based violence and homophobia. Institutions of higher learning is a platform for students to learn about these social ills and come up with solutions that will assist society. Now, when we have students who are supposed to be future leaders as perpetrators themselves, then society will lose all hope. Deputy Speaker, we call on the university to investigate these incidences and as a matter of urgency and expel those students should any wrongdoing be found on their part. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections. Agreed to.
It's moved without notice as we can't decide for university.
No, there's an objection. There is an objection. My apologies. That will be printed on the order paper. Honourable Makamba Bochia, your second motion.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of EFF, I move without notice that the House notes that today marks 32 days since baby Kaisha Menes was snatched and kidnapped at the hands of her mother on 30th April 2022 at a supermarket in Bishop Levis. What is more devastating about this ordeal is that sitting here today, there are still no leads as to the whereabouts of the child, and that this is taking a huge toll on the mother. As the EFF, we call on the police and all law enforcement institutions to leave no stone unturned in finding baby Kaisha. I so move.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections. Agreed to. Honourable Lecker.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Yelekama object in advance. I move that the House notes the drop in the unemployment statistics in South Africa.
Honourable Bartman, if you can just allow the member to finish their motion. You may continue, Honourable Member.
Thank you. I move that the House notes the drop in the unemployment statistics in South Africa. Statistics South Africa has revealed that the unemployment rate in South Africa has decreased by 0.8% of the 0.2 to 34.5% in the first quarter of 2022. We welcome this development. It may seem like a drop in the ocean, but a family out there has restored hope. And that is the goal of the African National Congress, to restore hope in South Africa. I so move.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice?
Object.
No.
Objection, it's just live.
There is an objection. The motion we printed.
Thank you.
Over to you, Honourable Lecker. You may move on to your next one.
Thank you, Deputy
But just let me
Speaker.
finish my sentence. The motion we printed on the order paper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move without notice that the House notes the month of June as Pride Month. Since 1990, the month of June is recognized for political advocacy, protesting against discrimination against LGBTI people, the political advocacy against LGBTI hate crimes, and for the celebration of equality before the law. Also stands with the LGBTQI community in fighting against all prejudice and discrimination against the community. I so move.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections. Agreed to. Honourable Sayed.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House notes the ongoing turmoil and disruptions at the Heathfield High School as a result of the WCED's unfair targeting of Principal Wesley Newman, who has since been replaced by caretakers. Notes further that protests at the school by parents and learners erupted as the school community demands the reinstatement of Principal Newman. Notes further that no amount of deflection and shifting of goalposts will help exonerate the WCED and its former MEC from this crisis, as what transpired at Heathfield High School is of its making and self-orchestrated chaos, which should be placed squarely at the WCED's doorstep, and again calls on our new MEC to immediately drop all charges against Principal Newman and reinstate him. I so move.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice?
Object.
There are objections. The motion will be printed on the order paper. Honourable Sayed, would you like to read your next motion?
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that this House welcomes a decision by the Justice and Correctional Services Minister, Ronald Lamola, to reopen the inquest into the 1969 death of Cape Town anti-apartheid activist, hero, and religious leader Imam Abdullah Harun, who died in police detention on the 27th of September 1969 in Caledon Square police station in Cape Town after he was held without trial for 122 days under the terms of Section 6 of the Terrorism Act. I so move.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections. Agreed to. Honourable Dugmore.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the African National Congress, I move without notice that this House notes that Mr. Farrell Payne, the traffic chief facing sexual harassment charges against his subordinate, will appear on Friday, June the 3rd, 2022, which is tomorrow, and notes further that Mr. Payne, who was charged with sexual assault, criminal injury, and attempting to commit a sex act in October 2020, yet he remains in his job while the victim is at home, and calls on the courts to expedite the process to give justice to the victim, and further notes that the ongoing refusal by the HOD of the department to act against Mr. Payne with the full backing of Premier Winde, and that this stance is a major setback for the fight against GBV, given that all officials should step aside when they are facing criminal charges. I so move.
Thank you, Honourable Member. 1 minute. On a point of order.
Deputy Speaker, in the Programming Authority meeting, there was an agreement that the motions without notice that would be read out in this House is the motion that has been submitted to the staff. So this is not the motion.
So I
object.
Chief Whip, if I can just, I'll tell you what I'm, the last part of this sentence, which I've been following. Honourable members, just 1 minute. Honourable members, can I just finish my remarks? So I'm following on my paper of motions that I did receive. The last part of your sentence, Honourable Dugmore, was that he remains in his job while the victim is at home and calls on the courts to expedite process to give justice to the victim, full stop. So that is what I have. And for the order of fairness, Honourable Dugmore, I'm going to only take that into account. You may respond to me.
Thank you, Speaker. If I could address you. Sorry, Deputy Speaker, could I just read out the motion once again so that there's no doubt? And then I will leave out that last paragraph. I'd like to read it into the record.
1 minute, Honourable Dugmore. The Chief has got his point of order.
Deputy Speaker, there is an agreement in the Programming Authority and a decision has been made. So can we stick to the decision of the Programming Authority? The ANC was present in the Programming Authority.
Thank you. So, Honourable Dugmore, you have read this motion into account, all right, into the record. I'm just saying to you that it has to stop at victim. Can I just check with this table staff? This motion was received as is. So I am going to accept that the motion was passed at the time during Program Authority, Chief Whip. Chief Whip, you may stand up.
Speaker, please be reminded that these motions that are read out loud now did not come to Programming Authority.
Okay, I understand. So,
if I could just conclude then, Chair, I would like to propose that all the words starting from this House further notes be removed and that the motion as read out without those words stands.
Chief Whip, so this motion can be decided now in the House whether you will accept or not accept. That is your right.
Deputy Speaker, the agreement in the Programming Authority meeting was the following, that the written motion of motion without notice is the one that is submitted, and therefore, if it is not, it will be rejected in totality.
So am I to, can the table staff Mr. Polken, can you help me here for a second? I understand that this motion was brought to the program. No, it wasn't. But then we should be allowed to read it, correct? At 11 o'clock, this was received. Unfortunately, and honourable members, I have to now, Chief Whip, I have been given this with the motion here. So I can only rule on what is in front of me, and it was exactly as is, but with an extra word, extra sentence.
Deputy Speaker, if you allow me, there are parts of this motion that has been added after it has been submitted in a written form.
Yes, all right. So, Honourable Dugmore, I understand the point because we're going to get this detailed when it comes to further motions in the future. If the motion isn't exactly as it is on paper, it should not be accepted. The Chief Whip and the opposition parties have the rights to rule against the motion, but the rule is that the motion has to be exactly as it was agreed to in the Programming Authority.
Deputy Speaker, I want to apologise to those members of the Programming Committee for the addition of that sentence which starts "This House further notes." So in that spirit, in terms of apologising for the addition, I would like to formally propose then that the motion as printed and appeared in front of you and everyone else is proposed in that form, and that I request that you then ask if there's any objections to that. Thanks.
Chief Whip.
Deputy Speaker, there has been a decision made in the Programming Authority. The responsibility was of the representative of the ANC to take that decision to the ANC. Therefore, on the decision made, this motion cannot be read here.
Okay, honourable members, you know what? I'm going to be strict here because we're going to have a problem with the opposition in another instance. I'm just going to say, unfortunately, Honourable Dugmore, let's just be clear because then we don't have any grey areas because there might be other grey areas and it will become a huge discussion. Honourable Dugmore, my apologies. And in any case, it's going to be rejected for now. So that's my ruling. My ruling stands. Okay, thank you very much. The ruling stands. Thank you to both of you for contributing to that. Over to you, Honourable Dugmore, with your next one.
Very, very much, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the ANC, I move without notice that this House notes and welcomes President Ramaphosa's appointment of a BBBEE Advisory Council, that is, the appointment of that council, and congratulates the Western Cape social justice activist, transformation proponent, and business professional, Kashif Wickham, the PPF president, on his appointment to this collective. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice?
Objection.
Yes, we object.
There are objections. The motion will be printed on the order paper. Honourable Sayed, your motion.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. You know, in the midst of all of these issues, I almost missed that I've still got two more motions. I move without notice, Honourable Deputy Speaker, that this House notes with concern the DA's hypocrisy when it instructed the Speaker of the Western Cape Legislature in their letter suspending him from party activities to vote according to party caucus decisions. Notes further that this is really hypocritical, coming from the same DA who expects ANC MPs at the National Assembly to vote with their conscience and to not follow a party line, and calls on the Speaker to ignore the DA hypocrisy and stick to his conscience. I thank you.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice?
Object.
There are objections. The motion will be printed on the order paper. Honourable Sayed, your last one, I understand.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I move without notice that the House notes with concern the extremely high number of learners who have not been accepted at schools in the Western Cape for the 2023 academic year. A number of parents applied timeously and correctly, yet their children were rejected in all schools they applied to without being given any reasons for the rejection. Notes further that this is an indication of the crisis we will deal with at the start of 2023. Calls on the WCED to provide parents with reasons as to why applications have been rejected without having to inquire further from the WCED or schools. Accepts that there are serious technical challenges with the online application system, as the technical glitches experienced earlier in the year resulted in many parents not being able to apply timeously, and calls on the new MEC to urgently lead us in resolving these challenges and to present a plan to this legislature. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice?
Objection. Only the SGBs give the reasons for rejection.
Noted. There are objections. Order members, there are objections. The motion will be printed on the order paper. Honourable members, that concludes the business for the day. We will now end the meeting and all members will be exited from the meeting. If you could just wait so that I could leave the chambers. Thank you very much. Oh, the House is adjourned.